자, 그럼 시작해 보겠습니다.
Let us get started.
기본소득 국제 컨퍼런스 함께 해주신 모든 분들.
First of all, I'd like to thank you for participating in the third Gyeonggi Province Basic Income International Conference. I am Jang Sun-young, and I'll be moderating the afternoon session of the conference today.
네, 이렇게 또 어느덧 봄이 물을 저는
We are in the middle of spring, and we are at the end of April. And it feels like yesterday that we started a new year, but now we are actually on the half of the 2021. And we are going through a lot of changes in the midst of the pandemic. And also, it is time for us to make preparations for the new environment and new era. The topic that we are dealing with today is the case in point, the basic income. So as a part of a great transformation in the era of COVID-19 pandemic, we are gathered here to discuss the topic of basic income. We all know that it's very difficult to get ourselves prepared for the future, and I hope it will be a productive time to all of you to think about our future all together. The conference is organized by Gyeonggi Province and hosted by GRI, Gyeonggi Research Institute, and Gyeonggi Market Revitalization Agency, Kintex and Basic Income Career Network. And the official homepage of the Kintex or the official YouTube channel of Gyeonggi Province are the channels that you can get access to the international conference. You can choose the language of the channel, either English or Korean, at your convenience. And also, I'd like to ask for your active participation throughout the session and the conference. Let us get started with our afternoon session. The first session of the afternoon is a special session 1-1. It seems that the meaning of basic income could be different to different field and the level of our society. So our first special session will deal with what basic income means from religious perspective. We have experts in the field of religion participating in our first special session. Let me introduce our speakers and discussants to you first. Please welcome them. We have Professor Seok-sun Yoon of Korean Language and Literature of Hanyang University. We have Professor Myung-jung of Yonsei University. We also have Director Sang-hoon Park, Research Center for Advocacy and Solidarity. We have Professor Seung-moo Ryu of Jungwon-Sanghang University. Thank you. We have Professor Kang Won-don of Hanshin University. We have Father Dong-ho Park from Imun Catholic Church. Last but not least, we have Director Jeong-gil Yu of Green Buddhism Research Institute. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let us get started with the first presentation of our first special session of day 1. Professor Jeong Mi-young will deliver the first presentation for the session.
So the topic of the presentation is basic income from the perspective of the Swiss reformist spirit and feminist theology. So let us begin the presentation. Please welcome her. It's nice to meet you today. Thank you very much for inviting me to this valuable event, and I would like to thank the organizers of this event for inviting me. There are a lot of discussions ongoing with regards to basic income also within Korea, and in particular from the religious community. There are also discussions on basic income as well, but you probably don't have much information about those discussions. So I really appreciate the opportunity to share that information with you today. And again, I'm very thankful for this rare opportunity. I am a theologian studying in the Protestant the Protestant religion. And so I'm going to talk about the basic income from the perspective of this religious perspective. So this is the table of my contents. I'm going to talk about the Swiss Reformation, the reformist spirit, and the Protestant ethic first. About 69% of the Protestants in Korea are the Presbyterians, and the root of the Presbyterians is the Swiss Reformation, and Zwingli and John Calvin were those who led the Swiss Reformation. And in Scotland and in the US, there was the reformists that went there, and then eventually it came to South Korea as well. So the root of the Presbyterians, who take up the major proportion of the Protestants in Korea, comes from the Swiss Reformation. So that is what I will talk about. And since I am someone studying theology, particularly from the feminist perspective, I'd like to talk about that relationship with basic income. Last but not least, I will talk about ecofeminism and as well as carbon tax, which is in discussion in Korea for introduction. Globally, within Christianity, there's been a lot of discussions on basic income. So let me talk about that. As you know, Christianity here means not just the Protestants, but also Catholics and the Anglicans as well. And so the three religions make up Christianity. And Pope Francis wrote a book entitled Let Us Dream. And in our society also, we have discussions about, is this a universal income or is it a basic income? I mean, we've had those discussions as well. And anyhow, the Pope has explained the purpose and the purport of basic income through his book. And globally, the leader in terms of basic income is Malcolm Tory, and he said that he is actually one of the priests. And there is also another book on the new utopia. And so these are the global trends in the among the Protestants in Korea right now. Unfortunately, we don't have that much discussion on basic income yet. But as I mentioned in my introduction, the Swiss reformism first began due to the efforts of Huldrych Zwingli. In the 16th century, Switzerland was quite poor, and they were exporting mercenaries to other countries in order to resolve this economic problem. So the Swiss mercenaries were known to be very courageous, and this tradition carries on, and the Swiss mercenaries are in charge of protecting the papal office as well as and there are monuments that represent their courage. So let's look at Zwingli for a moment. And compared to Martin Luther, he in fact translated the Bible earlier. And Zwingli began the religious reform because he wanted to resolve a lot of the problems related to the Swiss mercenary system. And he wanted this Swiss mercenary system to stop. And also he was advocating for earned income rather than unearned income, by which the Christianity religion should change. And he wanted to revive the prophet spirit as represented in the Old Testament, and also wanted to connect that to social reform as well. And also emphasized economic revival through labor, and also emphasized the liberal market economic systems. And he wanted to make sure that the benefits will be distributed among all, that there will be common benefit provided. So economic promotion through labor, that's what he aimed for, as well as good and decent work, as well as talking about a lot of criticisms against the existing use of land in the country at that time. So it is this Swiss tradition that, as you know well, from 2008 in Switzerland, they introduced carbon tax as a form of ecological measure, as a form of ecological dividend. And the renewable energy-based facilities would receive funding that comes through the carbon tax. And in 2016, there was a referendum on basic income. And right now, they're preparing for a second referendum on basic income. So it is these turn of events that shows the importance of basic income in Switzerland and many other countries. So they've been leading these efforts, and many theologians are a part of this movement. And this reformist spirit, I would like to connect that to the feminist theology. And very briefly, let me introduce feminist theology. So there is an analysis of the problem, and it's not just criticism, but alternatives are presented to ensure that I will change, the church will change, the society will change. So that is the value that is pursued by feminist theology. So seen from that perspective, Christianity obviously has some problems that have to be dealt with. If you look at the 2,000-year history of Christianity, there were a lot of inequality and discrimination against women. And since Emperor Constantine made its decree, and we can see the whole history that Christianity has had. And so with that understanding of the problem, we need to go back to the Bible for a reinterpretation. That is what feminist theology is saying. And if you look at UN statistics, about 99% of the wealth is given to men, whereas only 1% of wealth or property is for women. According to a recent statistic, also unearned income and the gender-based wage gap and other forms of discrimination still exist against women. So the reformist spirit and the feminist theology, how are we going to connect the two? The most important value of the reformist movement is that it's not asking for something in return, but it is asking for the grace of God. So it's not because of my efforts that I should be given something, but our existence itself is based on the grace of God. And so that is also connected to the charisma, the talent that God has given people. And so this is what we mean by giving everyone what they own. And also each person have their own charisma and their own talents. So the charisma is not given to a single person, but each and every person has their own, his or her own individual charisma. And through that, they can participate in the creation by God. And thus, by talking about these things, finding ways to realize this charisma, we could participate in the creation. So connecting feminist theology to this issue leads us to think about the society as a whole and also the connections, relations between humans and the different creations in the world. And also basic income from the feminist theology perspective, how are they in line? So we have the issue of emphasizing the importance of unpaid work done by women. So obviously we can't resolve all social problems with this, but the type of labor in our society today and how much compensation is given for each labor, I mean, it makes us understand the problems that exist. And also the labor culture can be improved as a result. And through flexi-work systems, we can expand the opportunity for women to participate in the economy, and in terms of finding alternative solutions, such connections can be quite helpful as well. And I will go into my conclusion right now. In particular, from the ecofeminism perspective, we used to look at the gender problems, the gender discrimination problems, but then we now have opened our eyes to the fact that people have been manipulating the nature and ecosystem and exploiting too much. And so, based on the Bible, the principle of Sabbath, for example, we can now have a new perspective on humans' relationship with nature and the ecosystem. And by reducing CO2, we can resolve this problem, thereby use that tax money, the tax income from the carbon tax for justice, peace, creation, and preservation. And in realizing these values, and we are able to participate in these processes from when we have this new perspective. So that is what I wanted to share with you today. I wanted to share with you how the ecofeminism perspectives is in line with the issue of basic income from this perspective. So thank you very much for your attention. Thank you so much. That was the first presentation given by Professor Chung. So Swiss reformist spirit and its connection to feminist theology, as well as the efficiency of basic income, as well as carbon tax were some of the things that she mentioned. And as she mentioned in the introduction, this conference is indeed an opportunity to engage in exchange of various ideas. So thank you very much for that presentation.
Let us invite our second speaker, Director Sang-Hoon Park of Justice Research Center for Advocacy and Solidarity. Please welcome him. We are talking about basic income, and I'd like to actually connect a link between a basic income and Catholic social thoughts, focusing on key features or the key characteristics. The Catholic social thought, or the CST, is called the teaching of a Catholic society. So actually the teaching embraces the official attitude of the Catholic society with regard to a political, ecological, and other matters. But within the Catholic society, there is accumulated knowledge collected throughout the past movements of various kinds. So today I'd like to put my focus on Catholic social thought, which is used as the CST as an acronym. It's the fundamental teachings of the Catholic society, particularly in link with a basic income. And I'd like to talk about the common aspect between basic income and Catholic social thought. Actually, the origin of Catholic social thought, or the basic income, is originated from utopian ideas. And I believe that some of the leaders in the field of basic income movement actually share such kind of a tradition. We all know that the human lives are being threatened and extremely become insecure because of lots of distortion and unfairness. And also, the individuals contemplate about the ways to improve their lives. And here, we talk about how basic income can empower individuals so they can have better decision-making power with regard to their lives. And also, we need to consider the social power and the individual's power to say no to certain the requirements given to them by the society. We all know that some part of the basic income program as a whole, or as a part, are being implemented in various places around the world. And in case of the Switzerland, the national referendum actually rejected the nationwide implementation of the basic income program. So if we go into the very fundamental of this idea of basic income movement, we can go back to the utopian ideology or utopian planning. So utopia doesn't specify any specific place or location. We all know that church is regarded as an institution or system these days, but still, in the beginning, the purpose of a church is moving around without staying in a one specific location, while giving or disseminating the teaching of Jesus. So I believe that from the perspective of the original purpose of church, the location where a specific church is a temporary one, not a permanent one. So when I say that basic income or the CST is based on the utopian planning, I'm talking about the utopian project, which is related to the ongoing basic income movement. And also we need to pay attention to people rather than the work that the people do. And also the work is not an actually is not an object but a means. So all humans should be able to realize their full potentials no matter what. This is a kind of basic right that should be guaranteed to all individuals. Let me quote the letter of His Holiness Pope Francis to the brothers and sisters of the popular movements and organizations. And in the letter, His Holiness Pope Francis used the term universal basic wage as salario universal. So at first people understood it a basic income, but in Spanish, the salario universal is not a universal basic wage, it's universal basic income. And also, what His Holiness Pope Francis meant in his letter is not exactly aligned with the exact definition of basic income, but His Holiness emphasized the idea of a salario universal or universal basic wage to protect the underprivileged or the poorest of the poor. So still there is a confusion whether His Holiness Pope Francis actually mentioned the universal basic income or not. But still, he just mentioned the need of certain legal guarantee to protect people. He also quoted the old teaching of old Catholic priests that if wealth is not shared by others, then that's not right. And I believe that such teaching is also directly related to the concept, the very concept of basic income, even though His Holiness Pope Francis didn't say that explicitly. And also, I believe that we need to put emphasis on integral human development. In order to achieve the integral human development, the basic needs of people should be fulfilled and satisfied no matter what. Without such fulfillment, we cannot go further as a human being. That is a universal access to the basic needs. And there are three components of the work, housing, land, and food. Actually, those three the elements require universal access by all human beings. So let me elaborate on the point where basic income concept can meet the CST. So first of all, the two or the both of them talk about the universal right of people, the members of the all members of the community or society. So all members of the society have rights and obligations at the same time. And in return for the obligations fulfilled by the members of the society should provide the basic, should fulfill basic needs of people. So we are talking about work, employment, family, leisure, rest, or the social characteristics of wealth. I'd like to talk about actually the promotion of human dignity. We all know that human has a right to lead a dignified life. Even though the life can be frugal, it should be dignified. However, in order to lead a dignified life, the human being's basic needs need to be fulfilled. But the conventional social welfare based on the work requirement and also the concept of family is deeply embedded into the conventional social welfare. This is not a payout for free. And also, it can create a kind of power relationship which will give the giver a power to manipulate the recipient. And also, the basic income can provide individuals with freedom because with basic income, the people can make decisions to make their lives better. And also, they can do something valuable to improve their own lives based on their own decisions. And also, I'd like to talk about the rest and the leisure from the perspective of the CST. It's quite distinguished. It's quite distinct characteristics of the CST. I'm talking about the definition of leisure and rest. Leisure in capitalism means a break that one needs from work or needs to prepare to return to work. However, in the CST, it's a true purpose of human life. So leisure can be used to interact with the people around us. So that is the true purpose of human life. So without having certain leisure time, then we cannot fulfill the very purpose of our existence here. Now let me talk about the social character of wealth or social nature of wealth. So the basic income takes a position that the Commonwealth should be shared by the members of the society, and each and every member of the society has a given right to have access to the Commonwealth. It's a natural right of the members of the society. So if the Catholic Church can accept the concept of basic income and enables discussion on that concept, then it can find there's much room in the Catholic Church to embrace the concept of basic income. Thank you. Thank you very much, Director Park. So the universal basic income can have a common aspect with the CST. Thank you very much.
Let's go on to the Buddhist perspective. The speaker is Seung-Woo Liu, Professor of Department of Buddhist Sociology at Chungang Sangha University. It's nice to meet all of you today, and it's a great honor for me to be participating in this meaningful session. My topic is basic rights to monastic practice guaranteed as Sangha's basic income. In any society, the constituents of the society should be guaranteed the basic conditions for existence or living. That has always been an important topic of discussion, and Buddhism is no exception. In the case of the Joseon, era, Joseon Dynasty era. For example, Dasan Jeongyagyong looked into how land can be distributed in order to save the poor who were dying from hunger. So through different systems, the solutions to this problem was presented. So that is the Joseon Dynasty type of, or Dasan type of basic income, which we had previously. So the basic idea is that all of the constituents of a society should be guaranteed of their existence through a system like basic income or minimum wage, and ensuring that there is good distribution. And that is one of the most important challenges that any society faces. But now we're experiencing COVID as well as Fourth Industrial Revolution, leading to a lot of loss of jobs and job insecurity. And under these circumstances, so one alternative that is being presented is basic income. At least that's my understanding of basic income. And how are we going to apply this to Buddhism? That will be what I'll share with you today. And so I'd like to raise this issue. Why should basic income be adopted in Buddhism? And secondly, when I say Sangha, it means the Buddhist priesthood. So why are we trying to apply basic income to Sangha, which is the Buddhist priesthood? And the second question to be raised is, in applying this basic income concept to Sangha, why do we need a change in our mindset, a shift of mind? The issue of universality, an important value of basic income, as well as other characteristics of basic income should be considered. And so if we're going to apply basic income, we needed to change our perception, our terminology at least, to talk of it as a guarantee of basic rights to monastic practice. The third question is, what will be the financial foundation for us to provide this basic right to all Buddhist priests? And so today in Buddhism, in the Buddhist community, what are the possibilities of applying basic income from these questions, from these perspectives? So that is what I will talk about today. I will briefly talk about Sangha. The meaning of Sangha is, it's a community of the Buddhist monks. And so they are those engaging in monastic practice. And in that, seen from that perspective, the teachings of Buddha, they carry on this teaching of Buddha. And if we're going to apply basic income to Sangha, the reason why we need to do so is, first of all, unlike other religions, Sangha is a very unique community found only in Buddhism. That's the first reason. And thus, it best represents the characteristics of Buddhism. Secondly, Sangha is a community of Buddhist monks who pursues or appreciation little things in life. So in other words, they try to have no personal possessions. So it's a very effective testbed for basic income. Thirdly, basic income can also be a momentum to restore and strengthen the existing mechanism within Buddhism, which I believe is quite similar to the basic ideas of basic income. And so how are we going to build a healthy Sangha through basic income? I'm sure that we can find that connection. Fourthly, Sangha is a good object of basic income to demonstrate its societal effects. I think I'll be skipping over this slide. It just talks about the current reality of Sangha. Because of the current socio-economic situation, there are many inconveniences that Sangha is experiencing, and there are a lot of means that we can resolve this issue, one of which is basic income, as well as the idea of basic income, the systems, the ideas being revived within the Buddhist tradition. I think that could be one solution. So if that is the case, so the basic rights, but of course, if we're going to apply this to Buddhism, I think the concept of income, we have to look at that first. Well, it's not appropriate for Buddhism, particularly for Sangha, because possession or personal possessions, that's not a foundation of Sangha, and actual practice of monastic life, that is more important. And so for survival, at least for a guarantee, provide a guarantee for minimal existence, I think that should be the basic concept. And what will be the funding foundation? What will be the source foundation? So this is just for your reference, but first of all, the wealth of the temple is not something that any individual can own. There is sociality in the wealth of temple, so everyone owns this wealth. But there seems to be some some friction on this concept. But anyhow, we have the basic principle, which could be the foundation of the material foundation for basic income, and that is related to the republicanism of Sangha. And that also, well, those are basic principles in Buddhism. And next.
Now I'd like to talk about the financial foundation for monastic practice guarantee system. We all know that the very principle of the position of the Buddhist monks lies in the clothing, the begging bowl, and monastery and medicine. So those are 4 or 3 basic elements required for a Buddhist monk as basic needs. And please refer to the slide for more details. In modern days, we need to actually modify this concept of basic needs of Buddhist monks into institutionalized system. We can name the system monastic practice guarantee system, and also the 5 or the 4 basic principles of basic income can be applied to this guarantee system as they are. And I'm talking about 250,000 won per month per Buddhist monk. And once if the basic income program is introduced to the entire population of Korea, then the Buddhist monks will be also the recipients of that basic income program conducted by the national government. And also, when it comes to that guarantee system for the Buddhist monks, we have 5 ways to fund the guarantee system. As you may know, actually, the temples cannot be owned by a specific Sangha or Buddhist monks. Only the monks can occupy those temples, and that's why and how we can impose this occupancy tax on the temples to fund this guarantee system. And what I can tell you is that the Buddhist tradition has already established foundation for the introduction of basic income like a monastic practice guarantee system. And it can also create positive social impact if the guarantee system is implemented successfully. We are talking about the basic needs of the Buddhist monks and the priests, and if this guarantee system is implemented, then actually we can have these basic needs of Buddhist monks met, no matter what. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for your presentation. For a positive ripple effects, there are a lot of good things, many things that we can do regards to basic income. So that's what he has shared with us. And because of the various social problems right now, there's been more interest in basic income than ever. So each religion's perspective on basic income and how they're trying to apply the concept to their respective religion. We've listened to 3 presentations so far. We will now go into more in-depth discussions from now on. For special session 1-1, we will go on to our discussion session. I'd like to invite the moderator of this session, Seok San-yoon, Emeritus Professor of Korean Language and Literature at Hanyang University. I will turn over the microphone to him. Good afternoon. As was introduced, I am Seok San-yoon. I really appreciate the fact that our speakers stuck to their time limit. Religion and basic income. Well, what the world that religion is aiming for and the world that basic income is aiming for may be contrasting. So it may be difficult to link the two. But then the world, as seen from the perspective of religion, it's not limited to eternal life, but it is also connected to social issues. So that is why there can be some connection with basic income, which is a social issue. And as someone who will be moderating this session, well, I'd like to say very briefly, the first presentation by Professor Mi-hyun Chung talked about the basic income concept from the eco-feminist or feminist theologian and Swiss reformist perspectives. And so on this presentation, we'd like to invite Won-don Kang, Emeritus Professor from Hanshin University, for his discussion. Professor Chung talked about the Swiss reformist spirit and the feminist theologian perspective with regards to basic income. That basic income is justified, can be supported from these perspectives. On this idea of Professor Chung, I fully agree, and I appreciate the excellent presentation. If I'm going to sum up, what I want to emphasize to you today is it is as follows. Basic income is in line with God's justice. So that is the statement that I want to make today. And I believe that Professor Chung, in essence, was talking about the same thing, particularly from the perspective of ecofeminism. Basic income linked carbon tax system should be introduced, and that suggestion was made, I believe, by Professor Chung with that concept in mind. Basic income being in line with God's justice. Why am I saying this? I would like to elaborate just a little bit. I don't have much time, so I will be very brief. I believe that those people who are oppressed, God wants to free these oppressed people, thereby showing the world that He is a just God. And a long time ago, from the Egyptian land under the rule of the pharaohs, there were people who were being oppressed. And so liberating these oppressed people from the Egyptian pharaohs and to lead them to a land of the free, and these vulnerable people who had no means of production, they were given mannas from heaven and given protection from God, thereby manifesting the justice of God. So this Exodus tradition shows, or was carried on to the heaven movement by Jesus, and to His disciples, Jesus taught them the Father's Prayer, the Lord's Prayer, excuse me. And in the Lord's Prayer it says, give us our daily bread. And this daily bread, the fact that we are asking for daily bread to God through the Lord's Prayer, is that it means that all people should be given the social capital needed for the minimal survival. And there is no exception here. Each and every person should be guaranteed, should be provided with this existential conditions. And there were a lot of parables made by Jesus, and the final judgment was one of the parables. And in the day of the final judgment, the people will stand before God, and God said the following: "When I was thirsty, you gave me water to drink. When I was hungry, you gave me food to eat. And when I was homeless, you gave me a place to sleep. When I was not clothed, you gave me clothes to wear. When I was sick, you gave me treatment. When I was in prison because of debt, you visited me." And when God said that, the people standing in front of this final judge said, "When did we do that? When did we ever do these things for you, our final judge?" And the ultimate judge said, "Those of you who have done these things to the smallest of people, giving water to drink, giving food to eat, giving clothes to wear, and giving places to sleep, treating them when they are sick, and visiting those in prison because to visit those who are in prison due to debt. If you do these things for the smallest of people, you are doing these for me." And so this ultimate judge is saying that if we do these things for the smallest of people in our society, in other words, that is satisfying the basic needs of each and every person. And that ultimately is serving God and giving credit and acknowledgement to God. And so Jesus, in talking about this parable, gave a clear message about God and heaven. And in this concept, you will find basic income provided to, particularly to those small people who have no basic means of livelihood or survival. Basic income is a means to distribute social capital, social goods, and thus this is in line with the with heaven, with the kingdom of God. Thank you very much. Professor Won-Don Kang gave a good discussion on Professor Jung's presentation, and he explained it from the perspective of daily needs, and particularly providing opportunity for life to the smallest of people in our society. These are all good proposals that have been made by Professor Kang. And so on this discussion by Professor Kang, does our presenter, Professor Jung, have anything to say or add? So on my presentation, Professor Kang gave a good summary and emphasized a lot of the most important points. The Ten Commandments in the Old Testament and the Lord's Prayer in the New Testament. The fact that there is this asking for daily bread. That's what he mentioned. The Ten Commandments and the Lord's Prayer, I believe, structurally shows the relationship between us and God. So that's the first thing. And in the second part of the prayer, it talks about social relationships. It's talking about you and me, our relationship, this horizontal relationship. So this vertical relationship between God and us. But obviously, God is not just up there, but anyhow, symbolically, we have this meeting of the vertical and the horizontal relationships, which leads to the cross, the shape of the cross. And so, including the concept of commons, I mean, everything in our society, it should be not just for human beings. And also, the Ten Commandments talks not just about Sabbath for the people also, but the animals and other living creatures as well. And God, who allowed Exodus from Egypt did not just talk about Sabbath or rest for the people, but also, or the Israelites, but also the foreigners living there, as well as all of the other creations, the animals and plants. And that is included in the Ten Commandments. So I think the significance that we can derive from the Ten Commandments and the Lord's Prayer are a good foundation which supports basic income. Thank you. So the issue of basic income was seen from the spirit of Christianity, the fact that this is not limited to human beings also, but in the entire ecosystem and all natural environment.
Now let me invite our second discussant, who will have a discussion on the second presentation made by Director Park Sang-hoon. Father Park Dong-ho will be our second discussant. And could you please go ahead, Father? Director Park came up with a presentation on the Catholic social thought, or the CST. I would like to narrow down the scope to the teaching of the Catholicism in relation to the basic income concept. The Catholic social thought embraces the politics, international affairs, or environment and issues. So these the thoughts, Catholic social thoughts, are the language that the Catholics use to deal with the affairs of the world around us. So we are talking about social justice, the common good, and also the solidarity, a principle of subsidiarity, actually, of the citizen society. And last but not least, the dedication to the common good, which is the principle of solidarity. So we should make sure that the human should be the very purpose and the means and the objects at the same time. In particular, we need to put our focus on, or put our top priority on, the weakest or the poorest. When we talk about the social activities of people, particularly the economic activities, they should be engaged in a way to consider the various aspects of human life, including economic aspects, religious aspects, and social aspects as well. But we all know that due to the people's distorted desire of domination and profits, the materials are concentrated on a few. So the desire for power and desire for profits, these two are the very fundamentals of all the sins in this world. We all know that human are dignified existences, and in order to fulfill the dignity of people, the people need to have or should be able to exercise their rights of development and survival. And we need to think about what would be the practical ways to actually exercise people's right to survive and right to develop themselves. And we all know that the exercise of these two basic rights should happen within the boundary of society. In this context, the CST came up with 6 principles. First of all, development should be made in a just way. It means that my development should be an impediment to others' development. And secondly, the development should be made in an integral way. So we are not talking about the material development, but also the integral development, embracing all different aspects of our life. And third principle is a participatory nature. When it comes to the benefits, there could be benefit giver and the benefit recipients. But the benefit recipient also should be able to play an active role as an active existence. And also the next principle is the sustainability. So the current development should not impede the future sustainability. And the last principle is the sharing and the solidarity. The outcome of a development, whether that is achievement or a mistake, should be shared among the members of the society in the principle, on the principle of solidarity. And the real last principle is the ecological values. So we should not forget the interconnectedness of people and the environment or ecological system or ecosystem rather. So the weakest should be given with the top priority when it comes to the social development. And recently, the Catholic Church came up with its criticism over the neoliberalism, particularly His Holiness Pope Francis criticized the current neoliberalistic economic model, calling it a model of exclusivism. And furthermore, he said that the neoliberalistic economic model is a profit-based economic model which exploits the poorest or the weakest. And also, it is obvious that the neoliberalistic economic model failed. In the midst of the pandemic, actually, the loopholes or the weaknesses of this economic system was fully exposed. An alternative social system can be devised based on the lessons. The participatory social order can be a new alternative for us, and based on that, we can drive universal basic income system. So universal basic income system, or UBI, will be a mechanism to realize the basic rights of people while promoting the active participation of all the members of the society over the course. But still, the guarantee of the UBI should be implemented in a concrete way within the boundary of our society. We need to secure the finance, and also we need to devise the most efficient economic and technological mechanisms to finance the UBI system. Also, we need to clarify the relations between the politics and the economy. The CST favors democracy when it comes to the politics, and the political power should be able to supervise and control the economic participants, because the human's desires can always can commit certain crimes or sins if such kind of desires are performed in an excessive way. So the politics can actually control the economy. In the context of the UBI, we need to raise two questions with regard to the feasibility of the program. First of all, the sufficient enough UBI can be measured to find out what will be the relevant level to satisfy the basic needs of people. And even if we succeed in make such a kind of measurement, we need to raise another question, whether we are able to raise such kind of funding for the UBI program. we've discussed the roles and the responsibilities of the social wealth, and actually we need to expand the definition of social wealth, the housing, education, transportation, and the communication is the kind of materials that we can think about, and actually we need to expand the social nature of these materials. Actually, we can secure the material foundation for the UBI, and also the government can play a role. Big government tends to be inefficient. However, such kind of loophole or the issue can be addressed if the civic groups and individuals can participate actively to monitor such kind of administrative loopholes. Thank you. So the UBI and its relationship with the CST was discussed and mentioned by Father Park Dong-hoon. And also, the Father Park Dong-ho explained how these basic concepts can be implemented in a detailed way within the boundary of our society. And what is noticeable is the two questions that he pointed out. So, as for the guarantee of the UBI, how can we measure the sufficient amount of the UBI, which is good enough to meet the basic needs of the people? And the second question is how we can raise the enough finance to implement the UBI program. These two questions are the ones that we need to discuss with enough time or for a long time. And also, we need to draw a public consensus on these two issues. Is there any comment that the Speaker Park Sang-hoon wants to make on the comments made by Father Park Dong-ho? The two questions that the Father Park Dong-ho raised are the ones that are in the center of our discussion. And also we know that we should be very practical because all the ideas about the basic income cannot be feasible or implementable. So we need to conduct many reviews and experiments to refine the most suitable form of the BIE or the basic income program. And also it was rightly pointed out by Father Park Dong-ho, human beings have a desire to have more or gain more profits. In a broader term, the BI is a kind of normative concept. Actually, we can plan or create or open a whole new world. Let's just focus on the policies with regard to the implementation of the BI, treating as a kind of political agenda. I believe that there is a certain role that the politics can play in implementing the BI program, particularly in finding out what we need to have a better life or healthier life. So when it comes to the Catholic or the Christian tradition, the people can think about what would be the way of life which fulfills the teaching or which complies with the teaching of Jesus. So the BI would be one of the options that we can choose. Thank you very much.
In Christianity and in Catholicism, in terms of the religious creed or dogma, they seem to be looking at what to do with basic income, how they're going to apply it. So that was what was just discussed right now. And we had a presentation by Professor Seung-moo Ryu on Buddhism, particularly the Sangha type of basic income and the basic rights to monastic practice guaranteed as Sangha's basic income. That was the presentation that was made by Professor Liu. And the discussant for this presentation will be the director Gyeonggi from the Buddhist Ecological Solidarity. The perspective of Buddhism on basic income, that is what I will first talk about, and then I will add comments on the presentation by Professor Liu. In Buddhism, basically everything is connected, so the concept of connectivity is very important. But in society right now, it seems that we are isolated. We have a very individualized system. But to be connected, you have to exist for me to exist, and vice versa. And for people to exist, nature have to exist, and vice versa. So everything is connected. But in our society, particularly recently, it seems that the basic thinking is that we are not connected. You and I have nothing to do with each other. So whether you die or live has nothing to do with me. However, if we're going to ensure this connectivity, your survival will mean my survival. And so we have to share the responsibility for our co-survival. So you have to exist for my survival, which means that you are part of my expanded ego. And also, nature has to exist for people to exist. So there is this ecological ego issue that is involved here also. So everything has to be happy for me to be happy. So this is the Buddhistic type of happiness. And we're talking about being or no ownership of personal property. So on this land, on nature, the fact that humans are saying that this is what I own. I mean, do people actually have that right? Are we really the dominant species? I mean, saying that we own this land, is this something natural? And there was the inclusion movement previously, but on this something public land, making this public land a private land. I mean, someone suddenly coming up and saying, there's exploitation, there's stealing of this public land, and so this stealing itself has gone on for a long time, and so it has expanded further, leading to people saying that this is my land. But this land is not something that people themselves have created or made. So I believe that all of the social problems begin from here. So we are against the succession or inheritance of power. But why is it that we don't mention anything about the inheritance of land? All of the profits and wealth could derive from land. Why do you think that it's natural for us to inherit this to our children? So I believe the misunderstanding stems from the sense of ownership. Previously, slaves were seen as properties, but today no one thinks that slaves are properties. And so, if you're a slave, even if you have wife or children, they are not yours, but your master's ownership. And that was what we thought previously, but then not anymore today. But then it seems that we still think about the land in the same way.
So when it comes to the waste issue, actually we tend to focus too much on waste labor. So those with great marriage can actually develop themselves further and make much more money than others. So if you just work 9 to 6, then you will get paid in the name of waste. But what sustains our society is not the waste workers, rather the unpaid workers. So when this subject was brought up in the feminism and the presentation, unpaid labor actually takes up 90% of the work which is absolutely required for the operation of our society. So this 90% of unpaid workers should be given their rights to survival. And also, the surplus values in our society are generated not only by the waste workers, but also the large number of unpaid workers. And also, the current the wealth is based on the achievement of the past generations. So even though we are here and make money, that money is not an achievement of ourselves. So there is certain point that the wealth or the money should be shared. And from the Buddhist perspective, we all know that actually we have no right to possess anything here. And also we need to consider others who do not have any means to survive. So if you take a look at the Matthew's, the chapter 20, the vineyard owner actually give the same ways to the workers, no matter when they start working. So I believe that this is the manifestation of what the basic income should be, or what kind of sharing of wealth should look like. So within Sangha, there is ever-growing inequality. I don't know whether the same happened in the Catholic society. I believe that the Catholic priests actually lead an equal life in terms of a materialistic foundation. So it seems that in Sangha, there is absolute need for monastic practice guarantee system, because a lot of Buddhist monks feel insecure about their future. People tend to accumulate and save more and more because they feel insecure about their future. So the basic income for the Buddhist monks should be guaranteed, and I believe that the basic income or the basic guarantee for the Buddhist monks should be provided in addition to the basic income given to the entire population of the nation. And I believe that 250,000 Korean won will be the appropriate amount for this basic guarantee system. And also, Director Park mentioned the idea of a temple occupancy tax, and I'm just wondering how it can implement it in reality. And last but not least, I also want to point out that actually the Sangha can practice or implement this basic income system right away without waiting. So we can actually compose or form a small group composed of 10 to 15 people, and within this small community, people can donate a certain amount of money and pay one Buddhist monk or one poor person in the village. So without asking for change of the entire society, we can take action by ourselves. This concludes my discussion. Thank you.
Inequality in the Sangha, leading to the lack of concentration in monastic practice, and also the problem of aging among the Buddhist monks. I mean, all these issues and problems, if you look at it more closely, I believe that they exist in other countries as they do in Korea as well. So this basic income for the Buddhist monks is, in a sense, needed. That is what was mentioned. And although it was not explicitly stated, I was thinking that the terminology was suggested. So I think we need more discussion also. We need more discussions on also the basic benefits that should be provided to the monks. We will need further discussion. With regards to financial resources, we should not just wait for government or society to provide a basic income, but begin with the religious community efforts first. So if there's anything that the speaker, the presenter, Professor Liu, would like to add, I mean, you don't have much time, but is there anything you want to add? Thank you for the opportunity. Reality and the institutions, that is what I mostly talked about, but the discussant talked about the doctrinal or ideological basis. So in Buddhism, the basic principle is that everything's connected. Existentially, they are all interdependent in construction, and in terms of epistemology also, we are not seen as separate beings, but the same beings. So seen from that perspective, ethical, existential, value-based perspective can be developed with regards to also basic income in Buddhism. So when we take on that position, what will be required of people, of human beings, and that is monastic practice. And if we're going to realize that in our society, I believe what carried on that tradition in our society was Sangha after the death of Buddha. But anyhow, because there's been a lot of problems that have arisen with regards to this monastic practice and Sangha in Buddhism. But then if we're going to put together the basic principles of basic income to this problem, or to try to apply that, we can find solutions. That's my thinking. And the experiment of Sangha, well, I believe that we can see it from the perspective of basic income experiments or pilot projects that we've done so far. But how are we going to enforce it in reality? That's another thing that we should look at more deeply. Thank you. Basic income from the perspective of religion is what we discussed today. At this basic income conference, it's actually the first time that we are having this session on religion. That's why we had 3 religious groups participate as a beginning. And we're looking forward to more in-depth discussions on these topics with participation from more religious sects in the future for actual implementation. With this, we will conclude our session. Thank you very much. Thank you. That was our moderator, Professor Seok-san Yoon. Thank you very much. It was a very meaningful discussion that we had for our first special session, 1-1, on basic income in religion. So we looked at the issue from various perspectives, and also for healthier and sustainable solidarity with religion, or cooperation within religion, what has to be done. So those were things that we talked about. Going beyond religion or religious community, these are certainly issues that the entire society should work on. So thank you very much for that wonderful opportunity, providing us with food for thought. So we had our 2 Gyeonggi, Kim Seung-yeon, sign language translators who provided the service. So thank you very much. With this, we will conclude this session, and we will have a short break before the next session. At 3:30, we will begin the second special session.
경기도 기본소득 국제 컨퍼런스 함께하고
Thank you very much for participating in the Korea Basic Income Fair International Conference. In this conference, we are providing simultaneous interpretation in Korean and English, and through our webpage, you can select Korean or English to view the English, the YouTube channel of your choice. So to realize the concept of basic income, we will have to go through the process of legislation. So in the second special session, we will be having a discussion led by the National Assembly Basic Income Research Forum under the topic of basic income legislation, reality and prospects. Before we begin, we'd like to invite the representative, the head of the Research Forum for Basic Income at the National Assembly, So Byung-hun. Please welcome him with a warm hand. To all of you participating in the Basic Income Fair, good afternoon. I am So Byung-hun, representing Gwangju in Gyeonggi-do, and also I am leading the Basic Income Research Forum at the National Assembly. Under the meaningful topic of basic income legislation, reality and prospect, we are having this special session, so thank you very much. I'd like to begin by thanking Governor Lee Jae-myung of Gyeonggi-do for organizing this basic income fair. To all of the organizers, thank you. And to Professor Abhijit Banerjee from overseas, and to all the moderators, presenters, and discussants, thank you very much for your passion and efforts. Right now, basic income is a topic that interests all lawmakers at the 21st National Assembly. Due to COVID-19, our public have experienced basic income in the form of Emergency Disaster Relief Fund, Education Disaster Relief Fund, and the Gyeonggi Province Disaster Basic Income, and others. And this shows higher interest in basic income. And basic income has led to be the priming water for SMEs, and thus thawing the economy that is frozen due to COVID-19. And it has contributed to easing social inequality and protecting dignity of mankind. And in line with this interest, last year, I initiated a bill on basic income, and Cho Jung-hoon and Yong Hae-in, who are our other lawmakers, also presented bills on basic income, and they will be deliberated at the National Assembly Health and Welfare Committee. And in July of 2020, we established the Basic Income Research Forum, which conducts various research activities. And we also have seminars on basic income legislation, which we host, as well as many other discussion sessions to work towards realization of basic income. Meanwhile, for legislation, we will need to develop a realistic sense of reality as well. Like any other bill, basic income bills also should show clear funding sources. If not, it will not be passed at the Standing Committee of the National Assembly. In fact, in November of last year, there was a review report on the basic income bill presented at the Health and Welfare Committee, and the biggest stumbling block to realization was pointed out to be funding. And this special session on the realities and prospects for basic income legislation will be contributing to these discussions, including the funding problem. I also, understanding the importance of financing in basic income, will continue to engage in more debate and research along with other members of the research forum. And as a result, we have determined that the basic income land tax, data tax, carbon tax, robot tax will be appropriate funding for basic income. And we are preparing a bill on this, so we ask you for your support. Lastly, the basic income fair, hopefully, will be a time to put the wisdom of humanity together for basic income. I will open my ears and heart to listen to the experiences of other countries who are taking the bold path of basic income. I wish all of you great health, and also I promise you more active participation in legislating for basic income. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Congressman So Byung-hun, for your warm-hearted remarks. And it seems that the Congressman So Byung-hun has great enthusiasm about the implementation of the basic income program here in Korea. We all know that we are living in a difficult time, and in order to overcome the difficulty, we need to actually join our hands and put our wisdom together. In this context, today's conference is very meaningful and timely. Let us get started with the special session 1-2. Let me introduce the speakers of this session as well as the discussants. First, we have Professor Lee Seung-yoon from Chungang University. Thank you. We also have Congresswoman Yong Hae-in from Basic Income Party. Thank you. Let me introduce Professor Seo Jung-hee from Kunsan National University. We also have Professor Oh Dong-seo from Aju University. Thank you. We also have a large number of participants participating online, and also we have one speaker who joined us online. We have Professor Lee Da-hae of Seoul National University. She also works for the SNU Center for Labor and Welfare Law. Let us get started with the first presentation of the special session 1-2.
On legislative challenges to realizing basic income, the presenter is lawmaker Hae In-young from the Basic Income Party. Please go ahead. It's nice to meet you today. I am the first speaker of this session, and I am a National Assemblyman from the Basic Income Party, and as was introduced by Representative So earlier, I am a member. I am the chief researcher at the Basic Income Research Forum of the National Assembly. My name is Yong Hae-in. We are in the 21st National Assembly right now. There is a lot of discussion about basic income ongoing, and there seems to be much more interest in basic income than ever among politicians, local government heads, and many other public officials. And I'd like to talk about the current issues, future tasks, as well as the direction that these discussions should take during my presentation. What is the role of politics? Let me begin with this question. The role of politics. In fact, this is an issue that we politicians ponder over a lot, particularly during COVID-19 caused economic recessions, or whenever we experience climate crisis or other forms of crisis. In fact, this is something that the general public also ponders over, the role of politics. I believe that, well, in talking about the role of politics, I always mention the keyword future. Preparing for the future and doing something for the future and coming up with alternatives and different measures. That is what politicians and politics should do. It is their role. Under the current circumstances, if we continue on the status quo, there will be a future that we face, and that is the possible future. So a foreseeable future under the current institutions and circumstances, that is the possible future. Will that be a good future or a bad future? You can never know. And under the current conditions, if there are negative conditions, negative motivations that arise, then we may be faced with risky future. And instead of these negative motivations building up, if there are more optimal policy interventions made, then we could have a preferable future. So this preferable future is something that we want to build, and this will require different efforts. The politicians, the public are engaging in these efforts. So let me give you an example. I was born in 1990. Yes, I was born in 1990, in fact, and the number of births that year was about 600,000, and economic growth rate was almost 10%. But 30 years later, in 2019, the number of births was reduced to half, and economic growth rate was reduced to 1/5. But of course, compared to 30 years ago, our society has progressed, became much better. But despite that development, there were a lot of accumulation of negative conditions, and many people are saying that it's becoming more difficult to live, and that's a fact. Over the past 30 years, we've had a lot of progress, but still, in our society, there is problem of inequality and many other challenges that remain. 30 years ago, if we had predicted these issues that we face right now, decreasing population, automation, low growth, if we had prepared for these problems, then what will our society look like today? Will we still be facing the same social problems? So that's a question that we might ask ourselves. If that's the case, what should politicians and politics do now in order to prepare for the next 30 years? Things that we had failed to do during the past 30 years, but something that we must do, more appropriate policy interventions that we must do to ensure a brighter future for our public in the future. What would that be? So from a long-term perspective and a broad perspective, the role of politics is to lead the community to the direction of preferable future, staying away from the risky one. And for this preferable future to become a reality, we should begin with realistic tasks fulfilled. So we should begin from an analysis of the current Korean society and carry out appropriate policy interventions to eventually have a preferable future become a reality. So what kind of a society is Korea today? Let's look at that for a moment. Korea is becoming a so-called barrier society in terms of classes, generations, statuses. There's a lot of divide. And it's not just difference, but there's a huge divide that has emerged. And the symbol of such divided society is real estate. There's been much anger from the public, and there's been much discussion of measures among the politicians on the real estate prices on real estate. So, for example, in order to buy an apartment in Korea, a mid-price apartment in Seoul, if the worker's monthly wage is 3.5 million Korean won, you have to save it up for 22 years without spending a penny to be able to afford an apartment, which means that most of the residents of Seoul won't be able to afford such a mid-price apartment. But the proportion of property owners, their assets and income is increasing very quickly, whereas for the Seoulites without any homes, they spend a third of their cost of living on housing. And so the problem of inequality is worsening, and real estate asset inequality has come to the fore as an important social problem. So this shows a structural problem in opportunity system. So the better the first runner uses the opportunity, the less the second runner's chances are. So those who were first comers in real estate investments, they were able to earn more money, which led to widening gap. And so the second runners, their opportunities are much less compared to the first runners in terms of profit and also additional opportunities. And this is true not just for real estate, but also for stocks or equities and other asset classes. So the fundamental cause of the problem is that there is privatization of the commonwealth, and we have just let this happen without doing anything about it. This led to barrier society and led to inequality and ecological crisis. On the real estate inequality, let me address that further. So along with a Land Plus Liberty Institute, our office collected this information. And this data shows that land leads to greatest profit. So in 2008, unearned income from real estate took up just 15%. In 2008, it was just 13%, but it went up to 17% by 2015. And by 2019, unearned income from real estate took up 18% of the total GDP. So right now, unearned income from real estate takes up a fifth of our GDP, which shows the volume, the amount of such unearned income. Real estate, unearned income, and inequality worsening. I mean, these are problems that our public is already experiencing on a daily basis. So we are becoming a barrier society, and real estate inequality is representing the inequality problem in Korea. So how are you going to change the current direction? As a solution, I am suggesting a return to commoner democracy. Previously, we had a property-owning democracy, which means that there was property-owning democracy provided to individuals. It was an absolute value and absolutely recognized right. But from this property-owning democracy, in order to move away from being a barrier society, we have to go on to become a commoner democracy. And to do that, we need a new understanding of the commons or commonwealth. The wealth created by our society, this commonwealth, is not something for individuals to own, but it is for everyone. Land, natural resource, knowledge, network effects are gifts of nature or products of everyone's cooperation. So all members of society have rights to these commonwealth. They have equities in this commonwealth. So we need a shift in our mindset. And based on that shift in mindset, we need to have commoner democracy established in our society. And the commonwealth is owned by everyone in such a society. So preservation, formation, and equal distribution of commonwealth become core values, and all citizens enjoy the benefits of the commonwealth equally. So that will be one of the characteristics of a commoner democracy society that we can enjoy in the future. That is why we should make this transition to commoner democracy. And the core idea behind this transition is the basic income system as a means to achieve this goal. And so we are having that discussion in our society. So the commonwealth, having access to commonwealth by all members of our society, having equal distribution of the commonwealth, and through that, ensuring that we can provide the foundation for the liberty, the freedom that all the members of our society can enjoy. The means to realize that would be basic income system. And so right now at the National Assembly, there's been a lot of related discussions for realizing basic income. There have been 5 bills initiated at the 21st National Assembly so far on basic income. And So Byung-hun, Representative So, has initiated the basic income bill, and also by Cho Jung-hun. And I initiated the basic income public deliberation bill as well. Also, basic income carbon tax bill and bills made by the National Assembly's Research Forum members as well. So they have been initiated, some will be initiated in the future. In the case of basic income bill, there are 2 proposals made by So Byung-hun and Cho Jung-hun. One is on confirming national responsibility for providing BI, to define target methods and establishing the committee. So two proposals are put together in the basic income bill. According to So Byung-hoon, it calls for a special accounting established for basic income. That is one of the most noteworthy characteristics of So Byung-hoon's proposal. And for Cho Jung-hoon, it tries to determine the minimum basic income amount. That is the most notable characteristics of the bill initiated by Representative Cho. And now I will talk about the Basic Income Public Deliberation Bill, which I initiated. But right before that, I also initiated the Carbon Tax Bill to impose. That is imposing carbon tax on GHG emissions for carbon neutrality and equal distribution of the tax revenue as carbon tax dividends to eliminate regressivity of taxation. And also there are several research conducted by the research forum on these bills. So in discussing the realization strategy for basic income, I believe that public deliberation is very important. In Gyeonggi province, there was a public survey, public deliberation survey conducted by the province, and so the importance of public deliberation was proven through this survey. And we need to utilize public deliberation as the first means for realizing basic income. So if you look at the results of this survey, first of all, pro-basic income before the public deliberation, the pro rate was 50%, but after deliberation, it grew to about 80%. And then in terms of for or against increasing tax, with regards to introducing basic income, you will see there's an increase from 34% to 67% in between the public deliberations. So this shows that if there's more public deliberation, we can expand the scope of participation, of agreement and consensus among the public on realizing basic income. And the second issue has basic income realization strategy is to stack layers and make stepping stones. So, of course, we could compare the complete model and configurable model, which have their own pros and cons. And so, we want to introduce partial and gradual model in order to increase the level of acceptance slowly. And that is what we are considering right now. So youth basic income or youth or children's basic allowances, we could begin there to spread or expand positive experiences with regards to basic income among the public. That is our proposal. So for example, age-based youth basic income, or we could have agricultural or farmers basic income system introduced. And I believe that this is realizing the basic principles of the Constitution, which stipulates that all people, all citizens have the right to humane life. So, and I believe that basic income is a basic means to realize this ideal in our Constitution. So, in terms of responding to crisis, preventing crisis, it will be very helpful, and we need to go through public deliberations to go through the transition phase so that we could have eventually a complete basic income system introduced. And that is the basic strategy that we hope to follow in order to realize basic income in the country. And I was rushing because of time, but anyhow, during the discussion session, I look forward to more exchange of ideas with you. Thank you very much. So thank you very much for the first presentation. Basic income legislation. What are the tasks? What are the issues that we need to deal with in this process? So thank you very much for your statement. There seems to be a lot of challenges and barriers that we need to overcome. But as many people have mentioned, the concept and the values of basic income is something that we are all trying to share together to make it be known. And so through these efforts, I believe that we will have a much better society through basic income. Thank you very much.
Let us invite our second speaker, Professor Seo Jung-hee from Kunsan National University will deliver the second presentation. Please go ahead, Professor. Am I allowed not to wear the mask? Please keep your mask on for safety purpose. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Seo Jung-hee. I am teaching at Kunsan National University. Today, I'd like to talk about the basic directions that are being pursued with regard to the basic income here in Korea and the significance of the proposed bills. It seems that we have many National Assembly members who take great interest in the BI-related bills, and I believe that they know better than me and have better ideas about the BI than me. But as a researcher in the field of legislation, I would like to talk about a few theoretical points. The Second National Assembly started 11 months ago, and we have 11 BI-related bills already proposed. So one is proposed by Representative Cho Jung-hoon, another was proposed by Representative So Byung-hoon, and the previous speaker, Congresswoman Yong Hae-in, also proposed a few BI-related bills. So the BI-related bill discussions or deliberations are carried out here in Korea much faster and more actively compared to foreign countries. So with regard to the bill proposed by Congresswoman Yong Hae-in regarding creating a forum to facilitate public debate and the introduction of carbon tax, I won't touch them because she just went through the main points of those two proposed bills. So I'd like to put the focus on my presentation on two bills proposed by the Congressman Cho Jung-hoon, and another one proposed by Congressman So. Here you can see these two proposed bills have a big significance. We all know that the basic income related bill was introduced in Brazil, first of its kind in the world. But we all know that the BI related legislation requires a lot of deliberation and a lengthy deliberation process in the National Assembly. So I believe that if we take a look at the significant meaning of these two proposed bills, then we can set the right path for the BI-related discussion here in Korea. So let me elaborate on the significance of the BI-related proposed bills. There are two bills that I want to mention. One is proposed by Representative Cho Jung-hoon, and the other one is proposed by Representative So. And when it comes to the one proposed by Representative Cho, actually the basic ideas or the essential ideas of BI are well reflected. So the Representative Cho's proposed bill include not only the Korean people, but also the foreign spouses of them and the permanent residents as eligible recipients of the BI. So for the first time in the history of the Korean legislation, actually Commonwealth was mentioned as a funding source of the BI in the bill proposed by Representative Jo. And also the bill mentions the 5 key principles of the BI. It also elaborates the responsibility of the government or the nation with regard to the payout of the BI, and also the floor limit of the paid out BI amount, and the level of amount is clearly specified in the law without delegating that to the subset of laws. And let me move on to another bill proposed by Representative So. Actually, it mentioned some basic ideas of the basic income, including the securing of a minimum or basic material foundation and human dignity and the realization of human values and equal opportunity and so on. So regardless of the working status or the means test, that the BI should be provided to all members of the society. So the basic principles of the BI, such as unconditionality, universality, individuality, and cash payment, are well stipulated in this bill. And also, the proposed bill stipulates the clear roles and responsibilities between the central government and the local autonomous bodies. And also, what is noticeable is that the foreigners residing here in Korea are also specified as the eligible recipients of the BI in the proposed bill. Despite all these significant points, I'd like to point out a few the improvement points later. So these BI-related bills proposed in the 21st National Assembly will be deliberated in relevant committee. And I believe that these proposed bills need to be fine-tuned further. So there will be no key point to be missed out. Now let me talk about the main principles of the BI. It seems that both bills reflect the basic principles of the BI, but still there are certain provisions that have some conditionalities. So when it comes to the one proposed by Joe, actually there is a provision which limit where the BI payment can be used. As for the basic income provided to children and adolescents, it seems that there is certain limitations to the use of the basic income given to the children and adolescents without trusting the discretion of parents. I fully understand the intention of this provision, but still we need to reconsider the provision because we cannot establish a perfect system at one go. And it seems that the bill proposed by Representative Cho Jung-hoon came up with the idea of preliminary implementation as a way to implement the phased and the gradual implementation of the BAI program. The selective basic income is not basic income at all because once it is provided to a selective target group, then it is not a basic income anymore. And also when it comes to the one proposed by Representative So, there is a provision about a judicious use of the BI payout, even though that is a mandatory, that is not a mandatory provision, but still it's a limitation. And also, there is no elaboration with regard to any possible penalties when this provision is violated. So in the context of unconditionality principle of a basic income, the provision of this bill with regard to the judicious use of basic income should be abolished. And also when it comes to the universality of the BI, it seems that both bills have certain limitations to the universality, particularly the narrowing down and the target group of recipients, and also the bill proposed by Representative So, there is, has a provision says that it is possible to limit the recipient group if needed. And when it comes to the bill proposed by Representative Cho Jung-hoon, there is an approach based on phased implementation of the BI. And also, there is no specific comment on the exact amount of the BES. Rather, there is a relative amount against the percentage of GDP, whereas the certain percentage of individuals' income. I believe that actually Representative Cho Jong-un came up with this relative amount or the value because he couldn't be sure what the inflation rate will be in the future, or what would be the appropriate amount to be paid out in the form of the BI. Now I'd like to talk about the evaluation of the bills from the perspective of constituting and the right to receive the BI. Particularly when it comes to the who will receive the BI paid out to the children and adolescents, there are certain limitations, and we all understand that there are certain limitations to legal capabilities of children and adolescents, but still we need to consider the reality. Actually, the adolescents can exercise their legal rights to some extent, such as opening the bank account. So we need to consider further to make this limitation more realistic, reflecting the legal rights that can be exercised by adolescents and children. And also, secondly, I believe the criteria for extinction of the right to the BI should be reconsidered. There is a provision saying that the right to receive the BI will be extinct if the BI is not received within a certain period of time. This is a conventionally added provision to the bill of its kind. If we go back to the very fundamental of our discussion of BI, we need to think about the need for a new system in the new era. We all know that in a new era and a new system, a new legal standard is required. It is necessary to consider practices such as other countries' exemplary ones. So actually the BI allocated to children or adolescents can be saved up, and when the children or adolescents reach the adulthood, they can actually use that accumulated or the saved amount, rather than making the right to the BI extinct based on the completion of prescription. And also, another provision that I want to discuss is that the provision which actually requires judicious use of BI paid out to children and adolescents. So the provision is designed to prevent parents from spending the BI which is given to their children or the adolescent children for their own good. But it's not quite realistic because we all know that one household actually shares the same livelihood, and it will be very difficult to actually restrict the parents from using the BI given to their children. And also, the next point that I want to make is the provision with regard to the emergency relief fund, which is included as a part of the BI in the bill proposed by Representative Cho Jong-un. Actually, it will be very difficult to secure technological feasibility if we add this relief, the relief fund or the emergency relief fund as a part of the BS. I fully understand his intention, because in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic, we have great concerns over the livelihoods of the general public. And also, we all know that the BI or the basic income will not be sufficient enough to lead the basic living in the initial stage. I believe that's why Representative Cho added this emergency relief fund to the BI is a part of it, but still we need to clarify the definition of emergency relief fund and rather take it out from the category of the BI. And the next point that I want to make is the distribution of authorities between central government and local governments. And it seems that the proposed bills demonstrate their skepticism about the capability of local autonomous bodies or local governments. So according to the proposed bills, local autonomous bodies are able to conduct experiments only based on the consents or the approval made by the committee. And despite this limited capability of local autonomous bodies, they are subject to excessive limitations and sanctions. And also, the Basic Income Committee has enormous authority which can be exercised against the local governments, such as suspending the experiment. This concludes my presentation. Thank you very much. So Professor Seo gave her insight and ideas about the proposed bill at the National Assembly of Korea with regard to the BI, and it helped us a lot in thinking about the practical ways to implement the basic income program. We have a few participants participating on site, and we have larger participants joining us online. So please stay connected and participate in this session.
We will now go on to the discussion session. We'd like to invite Seung-Yoon Lee, Associate Professor at Chungang University, as the moderator of this session. So I will turn over the microphone to Professor Lee. As was just introduced, I am Seung-Yoon Lee from Chungang University. So this session is being hosted by the Basic Income Research Forum of the National Assembly, and it's very meaningful. And on the bill that was initiated by Hae-in-yong, there was a presentation on that, and Professor Jung-hee Seo talked about universality, unconditionality, sufficiency, and other basic principles behind basic income. And also would like to invite the discussion by Drs. Tae Lee and Dong-seok Oh before we go on to Q&A with our presenters. And so next I'd like to invite Dr. Tae Lee for your discussion. I will give you 7 minutes each, 5 to 7 minutes to each of the discussants, and then we'll listen to the two discussants before we give a chance to the presenters to answer the questions. Dr. Lee, please go ahead. Hello, it's nice to meet you. I am Tae Lee, teaching labor law at Seoul National University. It's a very meaningful session that I've been invited to, so thank you very much for the invitation. Due to health reasons, I am participating just by online, so it's unfortunate that I cannot be there in person, but anyhow, thank you for the opportunity. There are two things that I want to talk about. So Yong Hae-in and Jung-hee Seo gave excellent presentations, and I agree fully with the overall purport. First of all, basic income. How are we going to align that with labor? That's what the first thing I'll talk about. Secondly, basic income as a right. And when we are trying to legislate that, what are the requirements? So those are the two things that I hope to talk with you about today. First of all, on the issue of labor, since I am teaching labor law, and if you look at the background of basic income, it's that even if you work hard, work a long time, the minimum wage doesn't guarantee sustainable living, and that has led to poor justification for basic income. And so we need to actually align the relationship between, or define the relationship between basic income and labor. We are talking about fourth industrial revolution. That's why we need basic income a lot. So in the academia, in a lot of discussions, we hear that reason, because in the fourth industrial era, there will be less jobs and there is job insecurity. And so with labor wage only, we cannot survive. or labor income only, we cannot survive. But I don't agree with this statement. This requires some adjustments. First of all, the reason is that the fourth industrial revolution era, just because it arrives doesn't mean it will have full effect on technology and jobs. Well, yes, partially it's true. Because of robots and other inventions, there will be new technology introduced in our workplaces, so the way we work will definitely change. So, for example, the work that an employee would do will be replaced by machines. And so innovation, technology innovation will bring about, or will have to bring about change in labor. Yes, it's true. But then the second aspect should be considered. The technology will affect the way we work, but just because of that doesn't mean that jobs will disappear. I mean, there is no logical connection between the two. So the fourth industrial revolution, not just the fourth, but we experienced the first, second, third revolutions. But short-term wise, yes, there's a less jobs. But then long-term wise, we've seen an increase or a recovery of the number of jobs. For example, in the OECD report, you will see that when the ATMs were first introduced, the bankers would all be fired. There was that concern, but in fact, that did not happen. So what I'm trying to say in sum is that the issue of jobs, I mean, we can use the policies and laws to make our choice. We can make adjustments. We can maintain human jobs. And that is up to the users, the employers, and the public. And so what I'm concerned more is this direction, this discussion direction may weaken the justification for basic income, because if we have that as a logic for basic income, the problem is that we'll have less jobs, and so we need basic income. So reversely, if we are successful with job creation, if we have a society with good labor, then basic income will not be necessary. But I don't think that the basic income is such a narrow program, but rather, even with technological innovation, in terms of job, quality of job, and not just quantity of job, I mean, we need basic income to increase the quality of life, quality of job. And so for a more decent living, we need to have basic income implemented. That's a logic that we should be putting forth. Secondly, for basic income bills and laws, that I'd like to share with you my ideas. First of all, as was mentioned through the earlier presentations, the Representative Cho, So, and Yong, they have initiated several bills, which is welcoming. Yes, of course, they are not readily implementable, and it's going to require time for them to be actually legislated. But the fact that these bills are being initiated shows that we are heading towards collective wisdom in terms of the issue of basic income and labor. So basically, I'm very thankful for these efforts. However, as Professor So mentioned earlier, realistic aspects of basic income should be considered, because legislation should be seen from the perspective of rights of people and the responsibility of politicians, and in terms of the processes, the conditions for the recipients. I mean, those have to be considered. So for actual legislation, for example, the bill by Representative Cho or So, yes, they're meaningful, but they will require some adjustments and corrections. And as was mentioned by Professor So, I mean, I agree with that assessment. My concern is just one more thing. And as was mentioned by Professor So earlier, the two bills also says or mentions payment in local currency. But on this local currency, I think this is something that requires more deliberation. Because of COVID-19, when we had the disaster relief fund paid out, when it was paid in the form of local currency, because of spatial and time constraints, it had to be used up very quickly. For example, for women who are suffering from domestic violence, or those who were trying to find work, the youth trying to find work, the youth, it was difficult for them to use the disaster relief fund. And also basic income, a basic principle for that is equitability. But I believe that the bills as they are may hurt the social solidarity spirit because, if basic income cannot be used in certain places, whereas it can be used in other places, it may lead to these unexpected problems. Basic income, as Representative Yong mentioned earlier, she talked about deepening of inequality. So a few people in our society with a lot of assets versus the masses without much assets. So there's this huge divide. And basic income can play the role of bridging the divide. But if it's paid out in the form of local currency, the wage workers, well, basic income is given even without working. So there's no opportunity for the wage workers to save it up or accumulate it. So I believe that this should be limited or restricted. So I believe that it should be paid out in common currency. And for preliminary implementation of basic income, as suggested in the bill, or differential or differentiated basic income depending on age or gender. Yes, in transition phase, they may be necessary. However, ultimately, there may be controversy with regards to this discrimination that happens eventually. So we have to be very cautious. Lastly, basic income as a right. When we try to put that forth, I think it's time for us to rethink this basic concept. When we make a law, you think that naturally leads to a right, but actually it's the reverse that stands. The members of the society, they have to first reach a consensus on what we think are our rights, and then come up with the laws related to that. So of course, discussions itself, they're good, but then I think we need to have more discussions on what those rights are in the first place. So for example, in the case of the bill by Representative So, in Article 3, it talks about the ideology behind basic income. Yes, there are a lot of good statements included there for freedom, equality, and for minimum livelihood of people. But then these things, I believe, should not be legislated by law, but they should be reflected based on the constitutional principles. So because if it's just legislated through specific laws, this may lead to more controversy. So humane lives, as stipulated in the Constitution, is defined as something that also can provide a good quality, decent life, and not just a minimum level of life. And so in considering that, what Representative Yong has suggested, yes, it's wise. We need to have public deliberation, but of course, considering these different nuances as well. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Tae Lee. First of all, talked about the relationship between basic income and labor, and also talked about the need to limit payment in local currency and basic income as a right as well. And on this discussion, we'd like to invite Representative Yong and Professor Seo for your statements later on. So we'd like to go on with discussion by Professor Oh Dong-seok.
I am one of those who study the Korean Constitution, so I'd like to make a few points from the perspective of the Korean Constitution. Congresswoman Yong mentioned the roles of the politics or the politicians with regard to the implementation of the BI program. I believe this issue is related to the shift of constitutional system of the nation. So we need to take another approach, which is different from the conventional approach, relying on the conventional legislation. So I think we need to point out that aspect. So in reality, within the framework of existing legislation, the reality or the feasibility of the BI program was the key consideration made with regard to the proposed bills. So there was not much consideration made with regard to the proposed BI program will be sufficient enough to fulfill the minimum or the basic livelihoods and basic living standards. So such kind of points should be reflected. And also, it's deplorable that the majority of the congressmen do not pay attention to such kind of aspect. And so actually, we need to spend or take at least one generation to come up with a fine-tuned BI program. And also, it is directly related to the way to convince and persuade the general public so the nation can implement the entire BI program. And also, what requires further discussion is the funding and method for the BI program. Without clarifying the funding, it will be meaningless to have a BI implementation discussion. So first of all, we need to consider why we need to implement the BI program and how we can fund it. First of all, I'd like to talk about the national economy concept. When the medical insurance was devised, the term, the national economy, was introduced. So there are 2 points. As a compensation or social compensation for the past inequality, this national economy concept was introduced, and also as a kind of protection measure for the underprivileged or the weakest members of our society. This national economy concept was introduced as a part of the efforts made by the country to make needed preparations for the future. So this concept of national economy requires sacrifice of certain people with regard to the sharing of a common wealth. So we need to actually consider where we can collect additional finance, particularly the areas where the enough sharing was not made with regard to the common wealth. So the affluence tax can be one idea, and also the environment-related new taxation or the land tax can be some other good ideas, because when land tax is imposed, then actually we can realize the social justice, because we can address the illegally earned or unearned the profits generated from the ownership of real estate or property. So this kind of perspective is required for us to move toward a better future, particularly in order to fight against the climate crisis or the environmental destruction issue. We need to apply such kind of perspective from applying future-oriented perspective. So if we consider the feasibility of those 2 proposed bills, we should not miss out the points that I mentioned. Generally speaking, both proposed bills were proposed based on the conventional legislation framework. So here, I'd like to take this opportunity once again to ask the congressman to come up with a new method and new legislation framework which will be suitable for the new era. And as for the bill proposed by Congresswoman Young, there is a kind of bill proposed a public debate for the implementation of BI. But this public debate committee or a public debate forum should be implemented in a different way from the past. At least the committee or the forum should be operated at least for 5 years to draw a public consensus. So we need to take enough time to come up with the right answer to address the issues that we are faced with right now. Even though the Korean Constitution has provisions with regard to the minimum living standard or kind of minimum wage, but still we need to think about what is the optimal solution, particularly in context of the climate change. We actually go beyond the current limitations that we are faced with. So more consideration should be made with regard to the issue, how we can prepare for the future, addressing a lot of crises or difficulty that we faced with. I fully understand that lots of experiments or the research need to be made before we draw a general consensus on there. And also, another point that I want to make is the recommendation system. The recommendation system. So we actually need to listen to the voices of minority or the underprivileged or the weak ones. So the financial soundness shouldn't be used as excuse not to implement the BI program. And also, we need to come up with some kind of data or evidence to actually back up the relevant allegations with regard to the risk of sound the finance or the fiscal status. I believe that each and every congressman stands for or actually represent the people of the nation. But still, the individual congressmen tend to propose bills based on their discretion or ideas. Rather, they need to make a collective efforts to come up with better fine-tuned proposals. So we are not talking about the consent of the majority of congressmen. Rather, we are talking about the consent of the majority of the people. So when it comes to this BI bill or the bill related to the establishment of public debate committee, we need to consider some other aspects of our society, such as the commonwealth of society, or the land tax, or environment-related taxes. And also, we can take time to further proceed with the deliberation or review and discussion in the National Assembly. Then we can come to or go to or reach the general public to draw a consensus on the full implementation of the BI. I will take a step-by-step approach. This concludes my discussion. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Oh. You just mentioned the social cost of the capital and also the responsibility of the capital with regard to or for the environment and destruction. Professor So actually reviewed the proposal made by Congresswoman Yong and another bill proposed by Congresswoman So. And during her presentation with regard to the review of these bills, she mentioned the considerations that are missed there, such as the consideration of the underprivileged.
In the interest of time, I'll be asking questions directly to the presenters. Right now, Professor Oh mentioned about the issues with regards to the public deliberation bill or act, and I personally welcome this. In forming the public deliberation committee, what are your thoughts? And also, I will also ask Professor So this question. On local currency, there was a mention by Dr. Taheli. So limiting the payment of basic income in the form of local currency. On that opinion, what is your view, Professor So? So Representative Yong, would you like to begin first? First of all, for public deliberation committee establishment, we need to begin. We proposed this because we wanted to go through the process of public deliberation. That is because after I became a National Assembly member, I was looking at the different pathways towards realizing basic income. And, well, very bluntly, it's the number of seats at the National Assembly that decides a lot of things. It's the logic of power that is at work at the National Assembly. And so without public deliberation, things cannot be discussed at all in the first place. And there are a lot of limitations to our activities as lawmakers at the National Assembly. Among the 300 lawmakers, we need to have a pros of 151. So that's the existing structure. Compared to the past, we do have a different different political parties that are engaging in discussions about basic income, that are supporting BI. But then on specific proposals, there are pros and cons. For example, for basic income party, our party, we are proposing 500,000 per month, and there are pros and cons for that. Or for example, in Gyeonggi province, also, annually begin with 100,000 won. On all of these proposals, they are all turned down because we are not able to pass through the 151 threshold, 151 seats. So that was the experience I had as I began to work at the National Assembly. As for the deliberation that will happen at this committee, we'll be not just asking about pro-con position to the public on basic income, but rather talk about the financing, the purport behind the basic income, the background or the starting amount, and also having specific, for example, range divided into different ages or groups to provide basic income first. Are we going to begin with a range-based basic income? So, we need to go through a process of building public consensus on all of these issues on a step-by-step basis. And there's a need for that. And so rather than continue to initiate bills at the National Assembly, it would be better for us to go through this process of public deliberation. That's why we suggested establishing this establishment. So, in preparation for the future, why do we need a basic income? What are the steps that we should take before implementation? I mean, yes, there is indeed, I do agree with the need to have public deliberation because of these reasons. But then, how will the committee proceed with the actual deliberation? Is it going to be by regions or by districts? Or, will they have to go through cross-district deliberations also? And the suggestion is that we have to include all of these activities. So with regards to membership being limited to recommendation from the political parties, yes, I do agree with the fact that this is a problem because there are some, being the only National Assembly member from the from the Basic Income Party, this is going to be very difficult. And there are negotiating groups that lead a lot of the negotiations and discussions. The minority parties are not able to participate in a lot of these processes. So in terms of the composition of the committee, and making sure that all of the voices are reflected, I mean, those are definitely things that we need to consider in the process of running the committee. And under the office of the Prime Minister, this public deliberation committee will be operated, and we have actually good or approval from the different parties. So the democratic consensus building processes through the deliberation committee will be necessary. So we ask you for your participation.
I'd like to thank the discussants on their insightful comments. As Congresswoman Young pointed out, the Public Deliberation Committee has some issues. I totally agree to the points made by Professor Oh. So if we need to take a long-term perspective only, which it will allow a sufficient public deliberation, then the implementation of the BI will never happen. So actually, we should not delay the implementation of the BI. Rather, we should utilize the Public Deliberation Committee to actually bring the schedule of the implementation of the BI forward. Of course, there are certain agenda that needs to be discussed, and the Public deliberation committees, and some of them need to be discussed in middle and long term. However, some of them need to be discussed in short term. So the public deliberation committee needs to have a scheduled agenda based on their urgency. And after having full public deliberation, we can have better system to be implemented. Of course, we should admit that actually it's almost impossible to implement one perfect system at one go or from the beginning. So we can go on the process of revision and modification once we implement a certain system. And also, the next question related to the local currency, the point that I want to make is that in the beginning, when the local autonomous bodies pay out the basic income in the form of local currency, I understood the underlying intention. But when the nationwide basic income or the disaster relief fund was paid out in the form of local currency, I had a certain question in my mind. So the payout method of local currency shouldn't be a mandatory provision. Rather, it should be optional provision that the local currency can be used. And this basic income program can be implemented at the national level. And also there is an ongoing BI program which is executed and exercised at a local government level. So as for the programs that are exercised at the local government level, local currency can be used. However, in the case of a national level, the BI program or payout program, we need to mix the cash with the local currency. I think the revitalization of the local economy shouldn't be the one and only main point when it comes to the introduction of this disaster relief fund. It seems that diverse local autonomous bodies in Korea issue their own local currencies, and also they see the impact of the local currency, particularly in terms of revitalization of local currency. I live in Kunsan, a local city in Korea, and I understand the power of local currency. But since I do not have enough time, I will not go further. Thank you.
In the interest of time, we will have to wrap up this session. And in listening to your ideas and opinions, I was thinking that in the process of having specific discussions about institutions and laws, although even at an ideally, we have to begin from discussions about what is the vision, what is the goal that we hope to realize. And that is one thing that I agree with, that I want to emphasize with. So with this, we will conclude the discussion session. Thank you so much. We'd like to thank our moderator for smooth proceedings of this session. We've had very frank discussions and exchange of ideas, and the basic income legislation being pursued at the National Assembly, we were able to share a lot of information about that process through this special session. So, special session 1-2 of Basic Income Conference will end here. And from 5 p.m., we will be going back to the regular sessions with a special presentation. Gyeonggi, Kim Seung-hyun, to our sign language translators, we'd like to thank you, and we will see you back at 5 o'clock.
저희 이어서 또 2021 경기도 기본소득 박람회
Let us resume
경기도 유튜브 채널을 통해서
2021 Korea Basic Income Fair afternoon session. Actually, we have the participants joining us online, and my name is Sang Eun-young, and I'm moderating the afternoon session of the fair. And while you're proceeding with the special session, I just realized how enthusiastic about and interested of the general public in this issue or the topic of basic income. Please stay connected because we have a lot of the presentations and ideas waiting for the session presentation, and the simultaneous interpretation will be available.
페이지에서 선택하시면
And on our website, you can select either the Korean or English channels on YouTube or through our website. And as for the discussions that we've had so far, we'd like to shift our perspective a little bit from now on. We'd like to listen to the experiences and case studies from overseas. So we're going to widen up our perspective in the remaining sessions. We'll now have a special address, and this address will give us insights into actual practical examples of basic income. So let's listen to the lessons that we can learn on basic income programs from overseas. We'd like to invite Sarath Davala, who is the president of Basic Income Earth Network, and he is a sociologist in India, and he has been the president of BN since last year. And he has contributed much to the basic income global movement. And through the platform on basic income, he was able to accumulate a lot of experience. So he's going to share his experience with us from now on.
Greetings to all of you watching this video, and greetings from Basic Income Earth Network. And I'm sitting here in India and talking to all of you. I also send you greetings from India Network for Basic Income and Basic Income Earth Network. It's such a pleasure to come here for the third Basic Income Fair of Korea. This is the third one. I remember I was there for the first one physically, and it was such a marvelous inauguration, and it was a great pleasure to meet so many political officials and leaders from all over Korea, and particularly I had the pleasure of meeting Mr. Lee Jae-myung. Thank you so much for inviting me for this third Korea Basic Income Fair. The topic given to me is quite an exhaustive topic, but I will try to share some of my reflections on this extremely important topic about what lessons do we learn from the various basic income initiatives that have happened in the last 10-15 years around the world. Now, broadly speaking, we have two kinds of initiatives all over the world. One is very calculated and conscious pilot studies which have been initiated either by non-governmental organizations or by governments themselves. We had various pilot studies starting from Namibia in Africa in 2008 and in India in 2011 and 12 to Finland, and the latest report that I have in front of me is from Stockton city, initiated by its mayor, Mr. Michael Tubbs. And those are pilot studies which were done for a period of time, and then with specific questions. And even though basic income is a global idea, each context is asking its own questions, and it's attempting to answer those questions through these pilot studies. So each context is bringing its own unique kind of questions. While Finland was testing a basic income as opposed to an unemployment allowance, which is conditional versus unconditional. In India, we were trying to see if a basic income can address question of poverty much more effectively than the other means that we have, so on and so forth. The other type of initiatives have been direct policy initiatives, which are done for a certain subset of populations. Like in Korea, you have done the youth dividend, not an experiment, but it was initiated in Songnam city and then later in Gyeonggi province to a particular age group and to see what its impact on their lives and their life situation would be. In India, in the state of Telangana, we have another initiative meant for the entire population of farmers. In some countries we have, like for example in Brazil, we have Bolsa Familia. These are all not experiments, but these are unconditional policy initiatives to address the particular population subsets. Now, at this juncture, we may be tempted to look at these various initiatives as either pure universal basic income or semi-pure or impure or not exactly a basic income kind of a discussion. I personally feel that such a discussion may be academically useful, but not so useful in practical terms, because then we are actually trying to delegitimize certain attempts and then legitimize certain attempts. And so I think there should be enough room and space for a variety of initiatives to happen, and then we have the privilege and the advantage and to look into what kind of situation arises from what initiative. Now, at the end of the day, essentially, whether it is a policy initiative or a pilot study, what is it that we are testing? What is it that we are putting to test, and what is that we are measuring? If you look at the core definition of basic income, which has 5 important elements, that is universal, individual, monthly, only cash, and then finally unconditional. I think by and large one is trying to test the unconditional part of this basic income system, because that is really the cutting edge, that is really the most radical part of the whole idea itself. Now, if you see different initiatives and if you see different experiments, you will see that of these 5 elements, you find each program trying to experiment and initiate different combinations of these 5 elements. Instead of universal, in some places there could be one subset of the population, within that there is universal, like I was talking to you about the farmers in India. Instead of every monthly payments, there could be payments once or twice, grants given to people. For example, in the case of the farmers, you give their unconditional income at the time of the sowing season. There are 2 sowing seasons, and each sowing season they are given a particular amount of money per acre. Okay. Similarly, in Bolsa Familia, you have a different kind of a combination, one particular subset of the population. So I think each one has its own merits. Each one is throwing up the results in terms of what happens when you do X, Y, Z in an unconditional way, when you give people cash in an unconditional way. If you look at Gyeonggi province, I think it is not cash fiat currency that is given, but it is given local currency. But all these experiments, all these variations are extremely important, because all the initiatives and experiments are coming from the context, from the ground, from the questions people are asking, while the questions policy makers are asking, from the questions politicians are asking, whether this will work, whether that will work or not. Now, all the initiatives at the end of the day are trying to implicitly compare the current situation, the current ways of doing things to other ways of doing things. For example, basic income, unconditional basic income versus the current situation. Now, there are two kinds of problems that we are increasingly in most of the initiatives, most of the results that we are able to see, that it is inefficient in a variety of ways, and it is also, the current situation also in many cases is toxic. Now, inefficient in the sense that there are many delivery problems, what the government intends and what finally reaches people. In many cases, there are serious delivery problems, and in many cases, there are also high administrative costs in delivery of welfare. Which means that you have a huge bureaucracy that is required to supervise what you give to people, to oversee, to inspect, and to have a vigilance, system of vigilance. That the system, we find that it turns out to be very inefficient because it is not achieving what it is meant to achieve. It has become toxic in many situations. If you look at in many cases, contexts like in many parts of Europe and the United States, the welfare system at the end of the day seems to humiliate the welfare recipient. There is a power play between the giver and the recipient, and it intimidates the person who is receiving, because the one who is giving has the power to withdraw, saying that one is not following certain rules or not following certain conditionalities. Now, we'd also seen situations where people get into poverty traps and are not able to get out of it, which can be toxic to the person, to the individual. And lastly, these are the current systems, welfare systems also stigmatize the individuals who are receiving welfare. So I think compared to these situations of the toxic welfare system that we have at the moment, I think many initiatives are showing that a basic income system or an unconditional basic income system definitely has a positive impact on people and their well-being. So that is one set of comparisons that we are learning from various studies, how basic income system improves upon the current system in many ways, both in terms of human dignity, in terms of administratively managing it. The second set of questions arise because many of the studies that are showing, the Stockton study, for example, current results that have just come, they say that an unconditional basic income system improves the trust that an individual has with the system, with the society that is he or she is living in, that he no longer feels alienated from the system. He or she no longer feels disconnected from the system. So if you look at the Finland experiment also, there I think we have seen that people are relatively healthier and happier. The mental health has improved and people are less stressed out as compared to the control group, which was not receiving an unconditional income. Now, the third set of issues we have seen in both in Namibia and India, as I said, that each context is measuring different kinds of effects. In the developing world, what we are measuring essentially is the development outcomes of an unconditional basic income. Are conditional cash transfers or in-kind transfers, are they much better with all conditionalities built in, or is it better to give people an unconditional income so that they make their own choices? And then both these experiments have shown, both Namibia and India, have shown, Namibia in Africa, in India and Asia, have shown that we are able to tick all the boxes in terms of developmental outcomes. People are doing well in terms of educational outcomes are positive, health outcomes are positive, and also in terms of people asset building and empowerment. Now, a fourth set of questions are that we see that an unconditional income provides people, it provides them a sense of choice and gives them agency to individuals to make their own decisions. When people are allowed to make their own decisions, definitely they make choices better than somebody external making choices for them on their behalf. It's an irony that we trust people's choices and their agency when it comes to voting for their politicians, but we don't trust them, we don't seem to trust them when it comes to their own lives. There is so much of objection and opposition to giving people an unconditional income and letting them make their own choices. Now, what happens is when people make their own choices, in all the experiments that we have seen, is that money seems to go where it is most needed, rather than bureaucrats or technocrats trying to decide where the money should go and what effect it should have on people's lives. So I think giving agency to people so basic income system seems to be giving agency and choice to people to decide where the money should go. Another important, the fifth important area of results and lessons that we have learned is particularly in terms of what it does to income insecurity. Obviously, when you're given unconditional income, it has a positive effect on people will feel more secure with regard to their income flows. As a result, that immediately translates into less stress and mental well-being of people. And when there is a mental well-being of people, when there is a sense of security, I think you can imagine on a scale, on a wider scale in the society, you see that you have actually the health of the society itself will improve. So a healthier society is definitely a more productive society. I think most of the studies and most of the initiatives have also shown that people work more. People are more productive, people are more creative when you put them under a system of an unconditional basic income system rather than a conditional and a supervised and a monitored conditional welfare system. Now, in the context of COVID recovery, I think this issue has been raised that when people who are working on temporary contracts and when they are affected by COVID and when they are supposed to be staying home till their complete recovery, there are many studies now which have come out saying that people don't complete their recovery period and come back to workspace, and then that actually causes more infection of other people. So I think there has been a discussion within the medical fraternity and health professional fraternity that I think a basic income system, temporary basic income system, would be a good idea, even in the case where people do not have health insurance, people do not have any kind of sense of health security. Now, there is one criticism that often is levied against basic income, that if you have a basic income system, government will give you basic income, wash its hands off. But in the case of Korea, we have seen that you not only give a basic income, but you also can regulate the whole experiment in order to stimulate a particular domain of the economy. I know I'm running out of time, but then very quickly I would like to say that all these different results that we have seen, lessons that we have learned, have actually emboldened us to talk about larger moral philosophical issues. That is, now, when we give, there are 2, 3 points I would like to raise, and then I'll close here. Now, when nature has given us an abundance unconditionally, why is it that we have created institutions that have become so conditional and are generating, producing, and reproducing extreme deprivation on the one hand and extreme affluence on the other hand? We have to question that. The second issue I would like to raise is that the growth-centric economy that requires hyper-consumerism will finally lead us to destruction of both the planet and the human soul. Now we need to ponder over this, whether the current model is sustainable at all. Now the third issue I would like to raise and then leave it for you to discussion is that technology has reached a stage where artificial intelligence can generate and create wealth, which is enough for the entire population to lead a decent life. But then the question is that we need to make a lot of amends to our patent system, amends to our private property institutions in order to ensure that this wealth is distributed in a way that is good for humanity and the planet. And the final point I would like to say, and then leave you at that, is that it's important to think of community currencies that are more empowering to the local people, and also ensure that we conserve local labor and local energy and local resources. Only then I think we can. So the community currencies that are created by the Korean system is also a very good example. And the way the whole experiment is done in Gyeonggi province is something that I think the entire world has to study and learn from. I would like to say thank you so much for your time and patience, and I wish the entire fair basic income fair, the third Korean basic income fair, my best wishes. On behalf of Basic Income Earth Network, I share my greetings to all of you. Thank you so much.
네, 사라트 다발라 의장님의
Thank you very much. That was the presentation by Sarath Davala, co-president of BN. And through sharing various examples from other countries, he pointed out the preparations necessary to have a more efficient implementation of the basic income system. And a lot of different basic income related experiences and know-hows were shared. So we appreciate that. And earlier we also looked into the different issues that we face with regards to basic income, but the presentation gave us some hints and clues as to what would be a good direction forward. So you are participating in the Korea Basic Income Fair, the Basic Income Conference, and we'll be back for the next session at 5:30. See you in a while.
자, 그럼 본 세션 시작해 보도록 하겠습니다.
We will now go on to our session. As you know, we are providing simultaneous interpretation in Korean and English. You can choose your language channel as you participate in our program. So let me now tell you about our session. We will be having session 1-1 on COVID-19 pandemic, crisis of our life, and basic income. And from 7 p.m. during session 1-2, we'll be having a discussion on basic income in actuality. And after a short break, we will have session 1-3 on basic income promoting ecological transformation. So the topic of Session 1-1 will look at the past 1 year of the pandemic, the most immediate challenge that we face. So we'll be looking at basic income in this corona pandemic period. And all of our guests, we had hoped that all participants could come, but our overseas guests had to be connected online, unfortunately, due to COVID-19. But we do have Korean presenters here with us together. So I'd like to introduce to you our moderator, Han-ju Lee, President of Gyeonggi Research Institute, GRI, is with us. Next, we have Nam-hoon Kang, Co-President of Gyeonggi Basic Income Committee. Thank you very much. And we have Young-sung Yu, Head of the Basic Income Research Group of GRI. Thank you very much. And also, we have presenters connected online. So this will be a very valuable session through their presentation. So I will introduce our online connected presenters. This is an online event, yes, but when their names are called, please give them a warm round of applause. We have Philip Van Parijs, Chair of Advisory Board of BIEN, and also Emeritus Professor at University Catholic of Louvain of Belgium. Next, we have Guy Standing, Professorial Research Associate at SOAS University of London and Co-President of BIEN, is with us. Thank you very much. And we have Annie Miller, Chair of the Citizens Basic Income Trust of the UK. Thank you so much. So in session 1-1, our moderator will lead the discussion. So I will turn over the microphone to President Lee. Please go ahead. Good afternoon. Can you hear me well? Our presenters have all been introduced, but we do have Professor Kang Nam-hoon and Yu Young-sung here with us physically, and we have 3 scholars from overseas who are connected. It's a great pleasure to meet all of you today. And 2 of you, we are familiar with each other. With Professor Van Parijs, I've read so many of your books. So although I have not met you personally, I mean, you're very familiar to me. So again, good afternoon to all our participants. And right now we are live globally, and this is a part of the 3rd Korean Basic Income Fair. It is the 3rd Basic Income Conference that GRI and Gyeonggi Province is co-hosting. We first began this fair and conference in 2019. Professor Kang Nam-hoon, who is seated on my left, first hosted the BN meeting in Korea, and 3 years later, Gyeonggi Province began the International Conference on Basic Income. And at that time, Gyeonggi Province began a small-scale basic income system, and it also established international networks through this effort. So it was an adventurous attempt at that time, and Professor Annie Miller was participating personally, and it was quite a success. A lot of professors gave us motivation and encouragement, and we really appreciated that experience. And last year in 2020, it was at the time when COVID-19 was spreading, and so however, we did have the second basic income conference despite COVID-19. So we looked at how Korea can ensure that basic income will play an important role during a pandemic. And we also had Korea, US, Japan, and other countries participate in this basic income conference, and we shared our attempts, our projects, experiences with the world through last year's conference. COVID-19 indeed is a disaster. It's very unfortunate. However, in terms of insights and our thinking on basic income, we realize that there is no free lunch, there is no free sacrifice. And so this year we are having the third conference. We are still passing through COVID pandemic. It has not ended yet. However, a disaster, even under disaster like COVID-19, we understand that there are still possibilities for basic incomes. We want to look at where COVID-19 begun from. Does it stem from problems in our existing human systems and structures and society? And also, as we face these problems, what efforts can we implement? What kinds of solutions and insights can basic income provide us as we try to overcome the current crisis? That was the reason behind hosting this session. So today and tomorrow, we will have various topics discussed through the different sessions, but this session 1-1 will be the overarching session. So we have very famous, prominent scholars, 3 from overseas, 2 from Korea, who will be sharing their insights with us. I believe that with regards to basic income, these 5 presenters give us the most inspiration, whether in Korea or globally. I will now inform you about the time right now. In London, I believe it is morning, but in Korea right now, it's 6 p.m., almost 6 p.m. right now. And so we will be having 3 sessions in the evening in Korea. So we are very, very short in terms of time. We have just a little bit over 1 hour for our session. So unfortunately, we cannot give much time to each of the presenters. For Professors Van Parijs, Professor Standing, and Professor Miller, we ask you to stick to your time limit of 15 minutes each. And then to the Korean presenters, you have 10 minutes each. And then if we still have time remaining, we can continue with our discussion on the related topics. But again, in consideration of the total time given to us, I don't think we will have much room to maneuver in terms of exchange of Q's and A's. So please be mindful of your time limit when you give your presentation. This discussion is being broadcasted live via YouTube globally. So your thoughts, when you present them, will be sent out to the world. So please remember that. Basic income in Korea in the 21st century. So Professor Van Parijs wrote a book on this topic, which is very popular. So Professor Van Parijs will begin with his presentation. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I hope you all hear me. And hello from Brussels. So I'm told to say next for the next slide. So please, yeah. So I'll be talking against the background of the book that was published very quickly after its initial publication, published very quickly also in Korean. It's soon to be out also in published for the second time in Chinese in Shanghai. But I'm here going to focus, next slide, on the connection between basic income and the pandemic. In fact, there are 3 types, very different types of proposals that have been made on for basic income proposals that have been made in connection with the pandemic. And I'll talk about each of them in succession, starting with a temporary universal survival income, next also temporary universal recovery income, and finally, and at most length, a permanent unconditional basic income. Next slide. So first we have this proposal that was made sometimes under the name of an emergency basic income for something to be given to everyone in order to enable everyone to survive the lockdown period. Because of the urgency, it had to be funded by deficit spending, that is, by an increase in the public debt. So the big advantage, of course, of that formula is that compared to temporary unemployment benefits under some condition, was speed and coverage, especially in those countries in which many people are not covered by any system, in which there is a lot of self-employment, a lot of precarious employment. This was a great advantage. But the disadvantage, of course, is that many resources that took the form then of an increase of the public debt, many resources were in fact wasted because they were sent to people who did not need it. People who had a retirement pension that kept being paid, people who could telework and kept being paid, people who did some essential jobs and kept being paid also their wages. And so there was all this increase in the public debt that was done, people argued, without real necessity. That could be done for 1 month, for 2 months, but couldn't be done for longer. Second type of proposal, very different, both in its purpose and in its source of funding, so-called temporary universal recovery income. Also sometimes called quantitative easing for the people, sometimes also helicopter money or a particular form of helicopter money funded this time by money creation, by the issuing of money by the central bank of the country concerned, or in Europe by European Central Bank. The advantage here, and so this comes then at the time when the economy has to be kick-started again after this period of recession. The advantage is the simplicity of the formula compared to more targeted sorts of recovery distribution, the simplicity and the fairness. You give it to everyone, so you don't have all sorts of clientelistic considerations, lobbying in order to privilege one sector or one category of the population. The disadvantage is, again, a form of waste. Resources are wasted because you are going to distribute a lot of money to people who won't spend it, because many people will have saved quite a lot during the lockdown period because they couldn't travel, because they couldn't use the shops the way they did before. And therefore people have argued, well, this is not the most appropriate way of kickstarting the economy after that period. So therefore, next slide, therefore we should turn mainly in connection with the pandemic to the third sort of proposal, which is then that of a permanent unconditional basic income, a floor income that is funded this time not by public debt, not by money creation, but by the taxation of income or other forms of taxation. Now, the first two types of proposals are important, very important for the basic income debate, because it made people aware of the fact that there is nothing so absurd or so scandalous about giving, if only for a limited period of time, giving everyone unconditionally an income. But neither of these first two proposals, given the way they are funding, can be permanent, can become permanent. But at the same time, and that is very important, the pandemic made us realize how useful a basic income would have been if it had been there, had it been in place from the start. Because a basic income funded by taxation then avoids the disadvantages I just mentioned about the temporary top-ups that are of the first type or the second type, either emergency basic income for survival or the recovery basic income. Because in this case, the rich, the people who have a stable income, don't receive something in addition because they pay for their own permanent basic income through the taxes they pay. So those who don't need this basic income during the lockdown, those who won't spend that basic income in the recovery don't get it because it is they are paying themselves for their basic income through a sort of permanent funding scheme. But there is an advantage that is relevant to the current pandemic, would have been useful for the current pandemic, and is relevant to any potential pandemic in the future, and indeed for many other sorts of crises, not only pandemics, which is that it makes our economies and our societies more resilient by providing a basic income security to all without bureaucratic complication, without delays. We realize, and many people have realized as a result of the pandemic, how useful it would have been to have a basic income in place. Yet, there are challenges for this proposal. Next slide. And in particular, the pandemic creates two problems for the feasibility of a permanent basic income. You might say, well, it would have been indeed very useful, but now with the pandemic, it's a particularly bad time for introducing a basic income, an unconditioned basic income that would enable people to be more relaxed, to work less, etc. And there are two arguments of that sort, two challenges. The first is that there's a particularly acute competition for public resources. There is a pressure, in particular, for an expansion of expenditure in the field of healthcare, equipment, personnel in healthcare that has been particularly in demand and particularly, some would say, exploited. We need to put more money in that sector. So let's not waste it on, people say, on basic income. In addition, you could say, well, if you give a basic income, you say people have more choice in their lives, they can reduce their working time, and this will affect in particular the people in the healthcare system, who will therefore need to be paid more if there is a basic income in order to maintain them in full employment or in order to attract more people into those jobs that are difficult, hard jobs. That's the first challenge, competition for public resources. Second challenge, fall in productivity. As a result of the pandemic, you could see the development, the need for all sorts of unproductive expenses, like all the time that has to be spent vaccinating people, the stewards at the entrance of the shops, etc. There are also losses in economies of scale because you can have less people in public transport at the same time, less people in restaurants at the same time. There is a long-term, perhaps that's the worst aspect in terms of the fall in productivity in our society, long-term impact of the chaos that reigned in many schools, especially in among the least advantaged part of the population. There is also a demand, also affecting the long term, for a shortening of the supply chains, so that the gains in productivity that come from a very deep division of labor across the globe through international trade, all these gains will be reduced. So through various channels, we can expect a fall in productivity and therefore less potential for a generous redistribution, in particular in the form of an unconditional basic income. So if given these two challenges, competition for public resources more acute than before because of the pandemic, and falling productivity, you may say this is about the worst time to think about the introducing a permanent basic income. And yet, next slide, and yet I believe that these challenges are not decisive. On the contrary, how can they be addressed? Competition for public resources, first of all, we need to focus and keep thinking, and that's very important for all aspects of the debates on basic income throughout the world. When we talk about the cost of the basic income, we must not talk about the gross cost, that you take the amount of the basic income and you multiply it by the number of beneficiaries. No, because basic income must come as a partial replacement for many benefits. That is, all the benefits that are lower than the basic income will be scrapped. All the social benefits that are higher must not be scrapped, but can be reduced by the amount of the basic income. At the same time, you need a reform of the personal income taxation so that people no longer get an exemption for the lower layers of their incomes, and that because that's more than compensated for the poorer people by their basic income. So there will remain a net cost, and it's only about the net cost, which is a fraction of this gross cost, that we must talk. And even this net cost must not be compared to an investment in infrastructure or in the health sector, because you don't take money away from the population and from the purchasing power of the population, you just redistribute it. Some of the people who have a higher income will have a somewhat lower income, and some of the people with the lowest income will have a higher income. Moreover, there are new forms of taxation that need to grow in importance, because the other big challenge, in a way far more important than the pandemic, which is climate change, particularly we need something like a carbon tax, energy taxes of various sorts, and the natural complement of these taxes is a sort of carbon dividend that is a universal basic income. So competition for public resources, there is a challenge there, but it's not that serious. The fall in productivity is a more serious challenge. If our society is less productive, it's not as if you could say, well, instead of transforming the gains in productivity into a higher income, will enable people to take more leisure, to choose a more relaxed way of life. Some people say, well, okay, this is not really a problem because we need degrowth anyway. But this is not the right answer, because I think that indeed we can put up, and we should put up, with less consumption in the richer parts of the world. So in countries like Western Europe or South Korea, which raised to among the wealthiest countries in the world in a few decennia. I don't think it's the right answer, because we shall need, in fact, to keep producing more in the north, even if we consume less, because there is no way of imagining anything resembling a just world without significant transfers from the north to the south. That is, transfers that will enable people in the south to consume some of what is being produced in the north. So I don't think that degrowth is an adequate degrowth of, even though degrowth of consumption in the north is something we need, we won't have degrowth of production, and therefore we can't say, oh, we'll be able to live here in a more relaxed way, in a less productive way. There is, however, a second answer, which is that even though the pandemic has a negative impact on productivity, it doesn't mean that productivity will decrease, because at the same time you have technological progress, automation, artificial intelligence, which, if well used, if properly regulated, will increase overall our productivity, or at least could compensate the falls in productivity or that generated by the pandemic. But the most important argument is that the freedom given by a basic income is itself a productive force. That's what I finish with, and that's for me very important. It's important first because of what you could call the discriminating power of the workers. It is because you give a basic income to the people unconditionally. They can choose among jobs that may not be very well paid. They can choose those that are worth doing. And those that are worth accepting, the jobs that are worth accepting, will tend in general to be jobs with a high training content. That means that by giving a basic income to people unconditionally, you're introducing the economy a structural pressure towards building up human capital, because people will tend to accept jobs far more easily if that involves training and therefore potential for personal promotion at a later stage, or moving to more interesting jobs, starting one job oneself. Second argument or aspect of freedom as a productive force, the sort of freedom given by a basic income, is that a basic income is the natural complement of lifelong learning, and therefore because it facilitates throughout life a fluid back and forth between employment, education, and volunteer activities within the household and in the community. And that in itself, in the 21st century, is a major contribution to productivity, facilitating throughout life this learning because of this easy back and forth without bureaucratic complication. It's far easier to reduce the working time if you have a basic income in order to get further training, in order to avoid a nervous breakdown, a burnout, and in order to reorient your career in time. And finally, freedom is also a productive force because of what Mark Zuckerberg, the founder of and owner of Wikipedia, called a cushion to try new ideas. In his speech where he argued in favor of universal basic income, he said, well, this is something that should enable more people than to take the risk of trying new ideas. And for these three reasons, freedom, the freedom given by a basic income, is a productive force on which we can count in order to counteract any fall of productivity that may come in the short run or in the longer run as a result of the pandemic. Finally, and I finish with that, most fundamentally, I believe in the immense importance of a universal basic income as a central element in a realistic utopia that we need in order to give hope to our societies, in particular in these dark times. There are all sorts of ways, because of the risk of pandemics, because also of climate change, in which our lives would be constrained, in which there would be more obligations, less freedom. Nevertheless, it is possible to have a future with more freedom in a sane economy and while preserving our planet, and a basic income is a crucial element in that project. That's what I wanted to convey. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 판파레이스 교수님.
Thank you, Professor Van Veres. You just elaborated the BI proposals made during the pandemic period. And you also elaborated pros and cons of its different proposal. Thank you very much. And sorry for giving enough time to elaborate further on your presentation.
Next is Professor Guy Standing, who understands 홍익인간 concept of Korea. And there was a special lecture given earlier talking about basic income being something going beyond the economy. And Professor Guy Standing has always emphasized that basic income is ethically important. And so I think that statement is in line. So Professor Guy Standing, we will now listen to your presentation on basic income amidst the pandemic. Please go ahead.
It's a delightful experience to be talking about basic income in Korea when a presidential candidate is advocating it. It's a great moment, and it's something that we must take advantage of. Basic income would give everybody a modest sense of basic security. And I've always argued in my books that it's fundamentally justified ethically, a matter of justice, a matter of giving everybody basic security, which is a public good, a human need, and it's emancipatory in a very good sense. And it accords with the values of Korea right from the beginning, 2,300 years ago, with Hongik Ingan, the sense of individuality within a community, encouraging the development of a commons perspective. It's been brought into focus by the pandemic of the past year. And if there's one lesson we've learned from the pandemic, it is that the resilience of all of us, the resilience of you and me and everybody in society depends on everybody having resilience. And that only comes from having basic security, a sense in which in extremis you can rely on being able to pay for your accommodation and your food and get through to the next stage. And we should want that for everybody. And it's not a populist. I've seen that a number of politicians have dismissed it as a populist measure. On the contrary, it is a matter of trying to dismantle the system of rentier capitalism that has developed across the world, where more and more of the income is flowing to those who have property, physical property, financial property, intellectual property. And it's the way of providing to the precariat, the growing mass class in Korea and in every other country in the world, people living in chronic insecurity, whose stress and indebtedness are major scandals in modern. It isn't a populist measure. I think it's also clear that it's affordable. We need to roll back the subsidies that are given to powerful interests, and we need to have a fundamental tax reform in the context of global rentier capitalism. And that tax reform must be driven by ecological imperatives. What that means is we must rely more on carbon taxes. And I believe, and I've argued in the book, which is out in Korean on the commons, that we need to build a national commons fund to pay for the basic income in the longer term. In the immediate future, we should do what Governor Lee has been proposing, build it up from a small amount, and you gradually, as you get the resources, pay a larger. We need carbon taxes. And carbon taxes are only going to be acceptable to people if you recycle the revenue that you gain from the taxes in the form of basic income dividends. Because by itself, carbon tax is regressive. It would increase inequality because the poorer person would pay proportionately more of their income. But we need carbon taxes, we need environment taxes, because otherwise the threat of extinction that is the behind and the era, the years of pandemic that we're going to see in the future will continue. And that leads to me, my final points, which are that after the Second World War, in Britain and in Europe, there was a famous report by Beveridge which said, this is a time for revolutions, not for patching, not for putting plaster on. He said the challenge is to defeat 5 giants, 5 ogres: disease, idleness, ignorance, bad sanitation, and want, poverty. Today in the world, we have 8 modern giants blocking our road to a good. Those 8 giants are inequality, insecurity, huge private debt, a pandemic of stress, a pandemic of COVID, the stress that is causing social illnesses, heart problems, ulcers, cancers. We need to be able to give security so that their health improves and their resilience, viruses, will be increased. And there is the threat of precarity for all of us, feeling that we're losing the rights of citizenship. And there is the robots coming towards us, AI and automation, which will increase inequality if it doesn't remove many jobs. The inequality effects of automation will be greater. And finally, there is the threat of extinction that we need to face as a major societal challenge. And there is the threat of neo-fascist populism if millions and millions of people are chronically insecure. For me, a basic income is a way of defeating populism. And we must argue that case, because the critics from the left and the right who say that a basic income is populist need to be told, on the contrary, it would defeat neo-fascist populism of the type represented by Trump and others. And for me, basic income in Korea would revive the spirit of Hongik Ingan in a very positive 21st century way and lead Korea to be a harbinger, a guide to the rest of the world. That opportunity is there now. Anybody who says it hasn't been introduced elsewhere, A, is not true. It used to exist in ancient times in Britain. B, that doesn't mean we shouldn't have it now. Every new policy at one time never existed before. We need it now. And Korea could set a wonderful example. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Professor Guy Standing, for your presentation. Korea's basic income, or Korea should overcome 8 giants or ogres to head towards a successful basic income system, and that was a very encouraging message for us.
Next speaker is the one who actually participated in the Gyeonggi Province Basic Income International Conference 2 years ago. She gave us such a remarkable presentation at that time. Please go ahead with your presentation.
The COVID-19 pandemic must surely be the greatest disaster to afflict the whole world since World War II. It has the potential to affect the health of the population. It has targeted the incomes of the poorest and undermines many businesses. The world economy will probably decline by several percentage points, and recovery could be slow. The first duty of a government must be to protect the health of the population. The effects of the virus are greatest for people with underlying health conditions such as asthma, heart disease, diabetes, and obesity, and those living in poverty. They increase with the age of the patient. At the start, protection means minimizing the spread of the virus by border controls to prevent its arrival, and then replacing restrictions on people from congregating together. Once its presence was evident, the objective was to provide sufficient provision of social care for older people and other vulnerable members of society, and provide personal protection equipment for medical staff, care workers, and other public service staff, and essential retail workers. The third objective was to minimize the number of deaths and ensure that health services were not overwhelmed. As the virus spread, the number of hospitalizations and deaths rose, leaving in their wake a trail of families suffering from grief, made worse by the distancing requirements, which denied the dying and their relatives the comfort of touch and hugs. And some patients have suffered from the debilitating effects of long COVID. Where lengthy lockdowns have been imposed, concerns about the mental health of the population also arose, with people experiencing increased anxiety about catching the virus and the risk of being responsible for spreading it to the vulnerable loved ones. Others have suffered from depression, from isolation or cramped living quarters, enforced inactivity and lack of fresh air. The incidence of domestic abuse has risen sharply, and victims find it difficult to leave an abusive relationship if they do not have access to independent sources of income. Children brought up within abusive families can learn that these are acceptable relationships, thus building up problems for the future. The preparations for treatment of patients is clearly a health service matter, but the correlation between ill health and poverty is well documented. The maintenance of good health and the prevention of ill health are matters for which governments could take an active role and should accept responsibility by preventing poverty. Since poverty is not just about material deprivation, but also about stigmatization, both external and internalized, financial insecurity and exclusion, basic income is the obvious means of preventing it. The second duty must be the security of the population, that is, income security of all. During the pandemic, key workers have been expected to continue to work, often exposing themselves to the risk of contracting the illness, and many have died of it. Other employees have been required to work remotely from home, but this assumes that they have good broadband connectivity and the necessary equipment such as computers or tablets, but at least they can expect to continue to receive their earnings. Where the lockdown has closed schools, many parents, especially mothers, have become exhausted, taking on the responsibility for homeschooling, together with working from home and the responsibility for domestic tasks. In the industries that have fared worst from the pandemic or the subsequent lockdowns, employees of some companies may have received income support from their governments, maybe often in proportion to their incomes, until those industries can revive. Others are not so fortunate, especially in the gig economy, where people are usually on low-wage, part-time, insecure employment, and many have lost their jobs. This has tended to affect more women than men. If eligible, they could apply for very inadequate social assistance benefits. Many small businesses will not be able to survive a lengthy lockdown unless there's government support for the self-employed. Many people with mild symptoms currently have to choose between staying at home and working for an income to buy food and pay the rent, and so a basic income could reduce the risk of spreading the virus. Thus, granting a basic income to everyone would be a public good and help to protect the whole population. Addressing the problems suffered by rough sleepers and other homeless people would be another case of acting in our own self-interest. The pandemic has exposed the enormous holes in the income maintenance safety net programs in many countries. If a basic income program had been in place before the pandemic, the material deprivation and other aspects of poverty could have been avoided. Thirdly, the government must protect the economy from the risk of recession or even a depression, resulting from the reduced spending power of the population. The industries most at risk include transport and tourism, hospitality, which means restaurants, cafes, clubs and bars, industries where either performers or the spectators are unable to follow the distancing restrictions, such as culture, sport and other entertainment, and industries involving personal service, such as dentists, hairdressers, opticians, chiropodists, and non-essential retail. By putting income into everyone's pockets, demand for those goods that fulfill their needs would be protected, and fewer workers would have to be made redundant. This would minimize the loss of businesses and maximize the number of surviving companies who would pick up renewed demand as the pandemic dies down. Many things will change or change more quickly as a result of this disaster. International transport will probably be more expensive in the future. The change to working from home and holding business meetings remotely could continue. Similarly, retail could continue its shift towards shopping online. The former role of town centres as mainly places for business and retail could change towards hosting more cultural and entertainment events, and for sports, leisure and keep fit. The hospitality industry will pick up again, since people will still want to meet socially over meals and drinks when it is safe to do so. The world will adapt to new ways of travelling, carrying out business and trade and socialising. The case for basic income has never been greater than now with the onslaught of the pandemic. It would have reduced some of the problems during the pandemic, which has exposed the large gaps in and the inadequacies of many current social protection programs. And a basic income will still be needed during society's recovery and after. The role that a basic income could play in improving well-being, creating just and harmonious societies, and stabilizing the economy must be obvious. The pandemic has also revealed the compassion of the population, particularly demonstrated by key workers, working well beyond the call of duty and even risking their lives for their neighbours. If their compassion triggers the compassion latent in the rest of society, then together with a better understanding of the implications of a basic income among the people, this could provide the impetus for the implementation of a basic income soon. Many politicians do not seem to have learned much from other crises that have afflicted the world, of which the climate emergency is still the most urgent. For instance, globalization has reduced world poverty but led to extremes of inequality. The automation and artificial intelligence revolutions have made many low and medium-skilled jobs redundant, and the effects of previous financial crises still affect many economies. A basic income could have ameliorated some of these problems. But there will still be many politicians who will use the excuse of the current decline in their economy to claim that they cannot afford it, yet the need for a basic income is greater now than ever. There will be other politicians, especially of an older generation, who find it hard to change the habit of thought of a lifetime. We may find that they are still trying to solve the problems of a previous generation using outdated methods, rather than preparing to embrace a system radically different but relevant to the needs of the current generation. When we ask, for whom is the economy? The answer should be, for everyone, as an investment to enable each person to develop to his or her full potential. This is also true for the world economy. We need a worldwide basic income to help people in poorer countries, in addition to having national schemes. Let us hope that enough politicians become enlightened as a result of this pandemic, and sooner rather than later. Thank you.
네, 밀러 교수님 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Professor Miller. After hearing the presentation of three professors, BI is the goal or the object that we should pursue in the midst of a crisis like a COVID-19 pandemic.
Next, we'd like to go on to the presentation by President Nam Hoon Kang from Gyeonggi Basic Income Committee. Yes, thank you very much. Today, I'd like to talk about basic income as a means to economic reform. Basic income. Well, we have to begin with what's called commonwealth, and people have the right to 1/n of revenue that is generated from commonwealth. And so to pay basic income, first, it is necessary to collect the revenues generated from the commonwealth to ensure that no single individual or group monopolizes this commonwealth. And then secondly, after collection, the revenues must be divided equally. So basic income ensures that the commonwealth is distributed to everyone. And so from different aspects, it brings about much economic effect. So among those different effects, what I want to mention in particular today is that basic income is important and can be used as a means of economic reform because it is based on collection of commonwealth. And so for economic reform, when we are in a situation when we have to collect commonwealth and carry out different reform measures, basic income can become a tool for implementation. So let me give you examples. Globally, and also for Korea, we are faced with this challenge of the economy, and we can call this the donut economy. So the inside of the donut represents the lack of economic activity, so those who are starving. The outside of the donut represents those economic activities, too much economic activities leading to the death of people because of the environmental issues. But the COVID pandemic has, you can see, made a dent on the donut. And so if you step inside, there's too little economic activity, so you starve to death. If you step outside, you become sick and you die because there's too much economic activity. So this dented donut has to be restored in order to have good economic recovery. But so inside, it is reducing inequality, particularly for Korea. As Professor Guy Standing has mentioned, this rent democracy or rentist democracy, if we don't resolve this problem, then we cannot ensure survival in Korea. As for restoring the outside of the dented donut, we have to that has to do with Green New Deal. So the basic income is absolutely necessary for both for restoring both the inside and the outside of the dented donut. I'm not going to talk much about the carbon tax. It was briefly mentioned by Professor Guy Standing, but this carbon tax income, so levying this carbon tax is politically challenging. Because there is the problem of inflation, so there's a lot of resistance from the low-income bracket, low-income households. So these people are Nobel Prize recipients in the U.S. In 2019, in a Wall Street Journal, through Wall Street Journal, they gave out a statement. And if you look at the number 5, they are calling for carbon dividends through levying carbon tax. And the reason is that carbon tax, to make it politically feasible, requires carbon dividends. So yes, we need to have taxation on carbon. And to make that possible politically, we need basic income. That was what they were suggesting, essentially. So for example, in France, they tried to levy carbon tax or increase carbon tax, but then they did not give it out as a carbon dividend, so they failed. However, in the case of Switzerland and Canada, it was divided as a form of basic income. They are still giving it out as a basic income. So they were able to increase carbon taxes several times, but still the political support level is still quite high. What I want to add today has to do with real estate speculation and increase in real estate prices here in Korea. This chart shows you the real estate price increase between 2016 and 2020. The Ministry of Land of Korea provided this data, and so this is data from about 800,000 cases. So in the affluent area of Korea, in Gangnam, in the Apgujeong area, there was a price increase for the apartments by about 2.5 billion won, which amounts to the 125 years of the entire income earned by the median income bracket. So if they were to pay this, or this amount, they should have been taxed a lot, but then our tax level isn't that low. So this shows you that it is to stop the problem of exorbitant hikes in our real estate prices, we need to levy land ownership taxes. With regards to the real estate inequality and real estate speculation, the biggest problem arising from here is that we are depriving the low-income households or people without homes of their opportunity to access homes. And with more speculation, the talents in Korea will not be working in the productive sectors. They will opt to go into the speculative sectors, thus damaging the entire economy. That will be the biggest danger. And so to prevent such speculation, we need to levy the land holding tax. So for example, the real estate speculation, one of the reasons behind that is government policy. So through construction, real estate construction, the government has tried to revive the local economy, the local regeneration. That was its policy. And its policy is also to expand housing supply to stabilize real estate prices, but in the short run, it can actually encourage speculation. But another problem is that the pin set policies fail because it's difficult to distinguish between speculative demand and real demand. And even for the general household, it's very easy for real estate to become a source of speculation. And we have overseas capital that have come into Korea also investing in this speculation, which has led to more chaos in the market. And so to resolve this problem, we need land holding tax. And the advantage is that it will lead to decline in the prices, directly reduces speculative return on real estate because it stabilizes the real estate prices. And so the advantages specifically are, first of all, there is efficiency, there's effectiveness also, efficiency because it's hard to shift land taxes. And we will have immediate stabilization of real estate prices as a result of the tax. And this decline in the price will happen once, and when the tax rate is maintained, the prices will be maintained. So for example, if we levy a tax of 3 billion won, for example, then it's going to lead to lower housing prices by about 600 trillion won. So that's about 5% of the housing price. Some people may say that 5% is too small because the real estate prices have gone by 50%. So a land tax should be reducing housing prices by 50%. So if that's the case, we can simply raise the land holding tax rate, or we could also adjust it to make it lower. So in other words, such precision is possible if we utilize the land holding taxation system. But this holding tax well, after 23 rounds of failure of the government in order to stabilize prices, property prices, it increased the land holding tax just a little bit. But with such minuscule increase, and it was not connected to basic income system, it led to more political grievances also. So if the government were to lower the land holding tax a little bit, it's going to lead to another political crisis of increase in real estate prices. So this small tax rate increase, should be given out as a form of dividend like Switzerland or Canada, which will lead to stabilization of prices and ease grievances. And one more thing to add. This basic income or using landholding tax and distributing it as a basic income, well, it's not going to reduce the tax burden of the multi-household owners. In fact, it's going to help those without homes or those who own just one home. So in fact, this is going to give more benefit to those who need the assistance most. And because levying landholding tax will make it disadvantage for you to buy too many properties or houses. So that will be another positive benefit. This ends my presentation. Thank you very much. You stuck to your time limit of 10 minutes, so we really appreciate that. Again, we apologize for not being able to give you more time for presentation.
Now I'd like to invite Dr. Yu Young-sung for his presentation. Thank you. My name is Yu Young-sung. Today I'd like to talk with you about the COVID-19 pandemic situation and also my belief that the pandemic situation that we are going through right now can spur a new social change. And also, I'd like to touch upon the aspects of basic income program being implemented in Gyeonggi province. As we all know, COVID-19 has been a worldwide pandemic, and as we can see in this slide, we have over 100 million the confirmed cases as of last year's fall. This is not a simple or a mere infectious disease. Rather, the pandemic influenced significantly on worldwide economy and societies. Actually, the pandemic spurred a negative economic growth in various countries around the world. And this negative economic growth will significantly exert negative impact on the people's lives. Actually, as for the outlook of the economic growth for the second half of this year, we are expected to make a turnaround and see a plus or positive economic growth due to the underlying impact. But still, it's too early to be complacent. And let me actually take a look at the major social shocks that swept the entire humankind. Historically, actually, strong social economic shocks facilitated social changes with the introduction of new values because people tend to pull their willpower and wisdom to overcome the difficulties that they face with. So if you take a look at the past pandemics, such as smallpox in the medieval age, and Black Death and Spanish flu, actually these past pandemics took a lot of lives in the past. Not only the infectious diseases, but Great Depression also exerted extremely negative impact on people's lives. But actually, the Great Depression spurred the development of new capitalist model, bringing active intervention of the government into its market. So as a result, there was a further development of economy and industry as a result of the solution devised to overcome the crisis or the social shock of that time. And if we take a look at what John Maynard Keynes said in his book, he said that the difficulty lies not in the new ideas, but in escaping from the old ones, which sit in every corner of our minds. We're not sure when this pandemic situation can be put to an end, but still we need to exert best efforts that we can make to overcome the crisis that we are faced with. And let me actually talk about another great mind called Polanyi. In his great book, The Great Transformation, he mentioned that the market is not a panacea to the issues of the economy. Rather, the community can exert force to overcome the social crisis or economic recession. So in this context, we can think about basic income as a solution to the current crisis or the issue that we are faced with. We all know that basic income is the income that should be paid periodically in cash, unconditionally, and delivered to all in a universal form to individuals. I believe that basic income can be the very foundation for new transformation that we need to have for our future. As it was rightly pointed out by the previous speakers, basic income is the due right of members of the societies to Commonwealth. That is the very fundamental or the bottom line of basic income. And also the wealth is common heritage of all mankind, And also commons are the ones that should be shared by entire members of the society. But the thing is that actually these kind of idealistic ideas have not been implemented and realized in full swing in reality. But still, we can hold our hope up and try to realize these ideas as many as possible. So as we all know, we are going through a rapid social changes. There is a radical technological changes, including the artificial intelligence and automation technology. As a result, there has been a significant job loss, and also a lot of people are threatened in terms of their employment. A demand for a new social security system has increased as a result, and new form of income, which is different from wages, is required. So the existing employment welfare paradigm is no longer effective, and we need to have a new form of income different from the conventional ways. That is the requirement of our time. And in this context, the basic income is very important. Now let me talk about the Gyeonggi province type basic income. This is a kind of large-scale experiment, and Gyeonggi-do had a youth basic income program. It actually provided this income to 175,000 youth who are 24 years old. It was an unconditional payment made to the youth, but the payment was not made in cash. Rather, it was paid in local currency. And also, there was another form of basic income experiment that the Gyeonggi province has conducted, that is disaster basic income. It actually paid out to the entire population of Gyeonggi province, 13.5 million people. These two basic income program implemented by Gyeonggi province are modified or the revised form of basic income. So these basic income programs are categorized and modified forms of basic income. We all know the 5 key principles of basic income. So the Gyeonggi province's basic income program adopted unconditionality and individuality out of 5 principles of the BI, but still actually it just secured the flexibility by actually flexibly adopting and other principles of the BI. The modified form of basic income program was adopted by Gyeonggi province as a part of its strategy to overcome the limitations of basic income program implementation as a local government. Currently, Gyeonggi province provides its basic income in the form of local currency. And as a natural result, the local currency type payment played a significant role in boosting the local economy. So Gyeonggi Governor Lee Jae-myung said that this is a localized form of basic income. As it was mentioned by Carl Polanyi, local currency is designed to revitalize the community economy or local economy. So when this local economy is paid out as a form of basic income, then the self-employed people or the small businesses in the local area can benefit from increased sales revenue, and also it will be a kind of mutual win-win situation for local residents and local business people. So the Gyeonggi province's basic income programs are kind of modified programs in order to tackle the realistic limitations in terms of full implementation of pure form of basic income. By implementing this modified basic income program, Gyeonggi province is able to create better lives of its people. and better future for them. Now, let me elaborate on the studies conducted by Gyeonggi Research Institute, or GRI. We conducted a research on the impact of the youth basic income. We just made a comparison between the treatment group and the control group, and positive impacts in a variety of areas were witnessed. And also, we conducted a research on the impact of the first disaster basic income paid in last April 2020. And it was found that the first round of disaster basic income boosted consumption of people. So in both cases, we found positive impact. So it's time for us to think about what could be the meaning of Gyeonggi's basic income. I believe that Gyeonggi's basic income is significant because it is empirical realization of legitimate economic basic rights. And also, it can be means to practice love and justice in the local community. Also, the Gyeonggi's basic income is significant because it is adopted as a way to break through the realistic limitations that a local economy faces with in terms of implementation of full-fledged basic income program. And also, the Gyeonggi's basic income program tackled the social gradient and maximized the virtuous function of economic circulation by improving income redistribution and revitalizing local economy. And also, it succeeded in strengthening social capital and social innovation. In the future, even when the pandemic situation is overcome, we need to expand the basic income program. And I think the Gyeonggi's basic income program deserves notice. Thank you very much.
GRI has collected a huge amount of data, and based on the analysis, well, they do a lot of empirical analysis as well. So that was a presentation on that research. Earlier, Professor Guy Standing did mention that inequalities and disasters, when these giants are in front of us, when we are faced with these giants, we need a weapon to fight against these giants. And basic income is very important as a weapon. And that was mentioned by all 5 of our presenters. We've actually run out of time. However, we have a very valuable opportunity. So I'm going to give each of the presenters 1 minute each. So civil society around the world. Well, some are suspicious of basic income, while others are concerned, but others are also very much interested and willing to adopt basic income systems. So to encourage civil society around the world, would like to give you 1 minute each. So Professor Van Parijs.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to also listen to our Korean friends and allies in the campaigning for basic income. I'll just one thing, which is I think what will be helpful throughout the world is keep having events like this, listen to each other, listen about the experiments, the political campaigns in various places, see what works, what doesn't work, and all this while remaining constantly open for objections that are being made to particular schemes, to particular formulas, particular ways of funding. So I found very interesting the argument about the land tax, which is something that is also relevant in other countries. So my message is mainly thank you for this opportunity, which is a good example of what we need in order to learn from each other in an open-minded way.
네, thank you, Van Parijs. 가이 스탠딩 교수님.
Professor Guy Standing, 1 minute.
Well, first of all, I'd like to join Philippe in congratulating you on this event. I think you are potentially the country where basic income could be the first national scheme. And I think your Gyeonggi province developments are fantastic. And I love the example of the island where the sea cucumbers are being used as a public commons, as a means of financing a basic income. And I understand on the same island, they're going to use the income from selling clams to enhance that basic income. It is a natural experiment. And I believe that it's in a minuscule way an example of how we should be building a commons capital fund to compensate everybody who are commoners who have lost by illegitimate deprivation of our commons. I think this particular ethical example is a very important one, and I feel that the debates that are going to take place in your next presidential election will sharpen that focus, and I very much hope so. So I wish you every success.
Thank you, Vice Standing. Miller.
Thank you very much. I too am very impressed with the conference and the work that's going on in Korea. The only thing I really have to offer is to note that we are in the post-industrial revolution now. We've got automation and artificial intelligence, which is going to force countries to have to change, and the basic income is the only way to give people a survival income. And in a sense, this pandemic has been a dreadful way of drawing people's attention to how this can be done and its necessity. And I look forward to seeing Korea being the first to implement a proper basic income, and as a demonstration to the world that it's feasible and that it's good. So good on Korea. I look forward.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. To the global audience, global public, we hope that basic income will become an important tool that we can use to fight the crisis. And we hope that all of these ideas will flow throughout the world. And through our conference, we'll be looking into the effects of basic income and also the issue of gender with regards to basic income and the issue of financing and the relationship with labor and many other issues through the remaining sessions today and tomorrow. So we encourage you to continue to participate and show your interest and to promote our conference. So we have just begun the third conference, but next year and the next year, we will continue to have this basic income conference. And Gyeonggi province and Korea will lead in this effort. Thank you very much. Again, we are very sorry that we cannot give you more time, but thank you very much for your great discussion. And to our guests who have been connected from overseas and to our Korean speakers here, thank you very much. Thank you to the moderator as well. So after all the difficult times, there are lessons to be learned. As we are overcoming COVID-19, what kinds of insights and lessons will we eventually gain? So what is clear is that in order to overcome the current crisis, basic income is a wise solution that we could utilize. So we have finished session 1-1. We will have a short break, and session 1-2 will be coming later on at 7 p.m. We will see you at session 1-2.
Nearly 200,000 people in South Korea's Gyeonggi province are part of a radical experiment.
전에는 제가 이제 알바 하고
네, 2021 경기도 기본소득 국제
Welcome back to the 2021 Gyeonggi Province Basic Income International Conference. The simultaneous interpretation is being provided throughout the session, so please choose the relevant language channel at your convenience. Let us get started with the session 1-2. We would like to deal with basic income in actuality in this session, so we will hear more presentations about the current status of a basic income program, which is close to our daily lives. We have Korean speakers on site due to the quarantine measures for COVID-19 and pandemic. We have Kim Jae-yong, the policy commitment chief of Gyeonggi Province government, and we have Professor Baek Seung-ho from the Catholic University of Korea. We have also overseas speakers joining us online. Let me introduce them to you. Please welcome them. We have Barb Jacobson, board member of Basic Income UK and Basic Income Earth Network. Thank you. We have Director Caroline Tati of Recipient Advocacy Unit of Give Directly. We also have Professor Roberto Merrill, Professor of University of Minho, Portugal, joining us online. Let us get started with the first presentation of session 1-2.
So the first speaker is Kim Jae-young, Chief of Policy Commitment of Gyeonggi Provincial Government. So we will listen to his presentation. Good afternoon or good evening. As was just introduced, I am Kim Jae-young, Chief of Policy Commitment at Gyeonggi Provincial Government. So this is the third basic income fair that we are having. And following last year's program, it's an honor for me to give a presentation here as well. To our moderator, Dr. Barb Jacobson, as well as other presenters and discussants, and to the organizers, thank you very much. Today, I will be talking about basic income coming along with our lives, the challenges and achievements of Gyeonggi Province. So the experience of Gyeonggi Province is a goal that we all hope to realize through basic income. And so I'd like to share with you what Gyeonggi Province, what kinds of efforts we've put in, what the process has been like. So more specifically, today I'll be talking about, first, short but a very eventful history of Gyeonggi's basic income system introduction. And we had a major change happen last year in the form of COVID-19. So during COVID-19, how did Gyeonggi respond and what were its challenges? And next, I would like to talk about the results of these challenges, the effects, the achievements, and their analysis. I will take some time to analyze that. And then I will talk about, although it's a little bit embarrassing, honestly, many people have dubbed Gyeonggi's experience as a great success. So you may think that we are boasting, but anyhow, we do want to share some of our success factors for Gyeonggi's disaster basic income. And last but not least, Gyeonggi Province wants to go beyond the Gyeonggi Province area to have a nationwide basic income system introduced as a form of basic right. So that is our hope for the future. And so what kinds of challenge and tasks should we overcome in order to have a nationwide system? So very briefly, I'd like to explain to you the past history of Gyeonggi's basic income system. Our first step happened in Seongnam-si, and we provided youth dividend to the Seongnam-si residents. And at that time, it was well received by the youths who were the recipients. And so based on this initial success, we expanded to include all 31 districts in Gyeonggi Province. So youth of Gyeonggi Province, age 24. To all of them, we paid 1 million Korean won per person annually. And last year, we had the COVID-19 disaster. And so for the first time among the local governments in Korea, Gyeonggi Province was the first to pay the disaster basic income to all of our residents. And we paid 100,000 won in the form of local currency. And in February of this year, we gave out the second round of local currency basic income. And we do have plans for this year as well. So we will be having a rural basic income provided. And so we're going to provide 1.8 million Korean won to the farmers in our localities annually. And we look forward to the exciting results from this interesting experiment that we will have this year. So on what would be the effects of such challenges that we have experienced? Let me now talk about that. First of all, we did a survey on the satisfaction level before and after provision of the youth basic income. And you will see that overall, there was high level of satisfaction, particularly 65.4% of the respondents said that there was a positive change in their life. What is more interesting is that in designing their future lives, the basic income that they received was very helpful according to their assessment. And so, although there are concerns that if we provide basic income, that's going to reduce motivation for work, but in fact, the survey results show otherwise. And what's more interesting is that these results can be seen not just in Korea, but in Stockton, in California, the US, in Germany, and many other cities around the world. Next, I'd like to talk about the disaster basic income, which we paid out during COVID-19. So I will talk about that. And in Gyeonggi province, after the pandemic began, we very quickly planned this disaster basic income system. So why is it not disaster basic support, but rather called disaster basic income? Well, we felt that we needed to maximize the momentum of basic income as much as possible. So the support is not provided as something passive, but rather it is a form of protecting the rights, the due rights of the residents. And so we decided to call this disaster basic income. And we had 3 principles in implementing the system. As you can see on the slide, the first is we would be fast. Secondly, effective. And thirdly, safe. So we had these 3 basic principles in implementing the disaster basic income. And another important characteristics of the disaster BI in in Gyeonggi province is that we gave out in the form of local currency. It had to be used up in 3 months. It could not be saved and could be used only in stores that had annual sales of 1 billion won or less. So that was deliberately designed in this fashion, and we saw very surprising results through this program, which I will explain later on. So basic income for Gyeonggi province is not simply a welfare policy, but it is a welfare economic policy. And the fact that we paid this out in local currency is a good example. So my topic today actually is the changes that my life or our lives have experienced as a result of basic income. So let me now talk about that aspect. With the payment of the basic income actually led to revival of the consumption. So as you can see, right after COVID strike, there was a huge drop in consumption. But then after the payment of disaster basic income, you will see that there was a huge increase. So there was an additional 1.8-fold increase in consumption. And in particular, because it was paid in local currency, it was very effective in promoting the local economy. More specifically, let's look at the effects on the small stores, the SMEs. So the yellow line represents the businesses that are not allowed to accept basic income. So there was a decrease of 11.5% for these stores. But if you look at the blue line, the businesses that were allowed to accept BI, you will see that there was a huge increase in their sales. On average, there was an increase of 39.7%. Some said their sales increased by as much as 80%. So now let's look at the lives of individuals more closely. We conducted a satisfaction survey on DBI, and you will see that the residents of Gyeonggi province, 90% of them said that it was a well-done program, and 87% of the businesses said that it was actually helpful for their business. And we wanted to do a closer analysis of the DBI effects. And so we went through a public deliberation survey. So first, second, third rounds of deliberation. As you can see, the results are in the blue. So in terms of understanding, positive view of basic income compared to the first round of deliberations, it increased by 1.6 times by the third time. And so we feel that after some more time, then this positive rating will continue to go up. Next, I'd like to talk about the effects of local currency, in particular, the positive effects on individual lives. Local currency cannot be saved, and the stores that can accept this DBI are designated. So rather than the major wholesalers or retailers, it's only the local shops where the local currency can be spent. And so the program was well received, and the fact that there is a time duration set for the DBI, that was very helpful also. In fact, last year when we gave out our first DBI, some people said that it was as if we were having our Thanksgiving in Korea. And so if you look at such results, the fact that we gave out the DBI in local currency was actually an excellent policy choice. And the press from overseas actually took note of Gyeonggi's DBI. So Wall Street Journal and the Taiwanese media also were reported and featured our local currency program. And there were a lot of positive reports that came from overseas press. And so it seems that the local currency-based DBI system of Gyeonggi is in line with global trends. So this time, let us share with you a video showing you the opinions from our residents. And this is a report from Wall Street Journal. So let's watch together.
Nearly 200,000 people in South Korea's Gyeonggi province are part of a radical experiment.
받기 전에는 제가 이제 알바도 여러 개 하고
They receive about $220 every 3 months, no questions asked.
내가 낸다라고 할 수 있는 게 되게 많이 스트레스 해소가 된 것 같아요.
Lee Myung-ah has been part of what Universal Basic Income Watchers call one of the world's largest experiments of the concept. It gives 24-year-olds in Gyeonggi province $250 every quarter to help them get started in life. This money has allowed Myung-ah to quit several part-time jobs and focus on finishing her bachelor's degree. Gyeonggi Pay comes in the form of a credit card, and Myung-ah has to spend each round of money locally before the next payout. She can't buy things in the town next door or at chains like McDonald's.
알지 못했던 음식점이 어떤 게 있었는지를 좀 많이 찾아보고 많이 알게 되고 그래서 가서 사용도 할 수 있는 기회가 되었던 것 같습니다.
Myung-ah's spending has a trickle-down effect on businesses like this traditional market. Lee Chung-hwa is a fish seller, and he says Gyeonggi Pay has helped bring in new customers.
청년들, 그냥 30대, 20대 이런 친구들도 굉장히 많이 늘어나고 있고 또 실제로 이 친구들이 오다 보니까 시장이 재밌구나. 다음에 또 한번 와볼까?
He says March was a tough month, as the country was just emerging from the first wave of the pandemic and fewer people came to shop.
어떤 시장들은 또 90%까지 떨어진 데도 있어요. 그 지역화폐로 인해서 이 매출액이 향상하는데 엄청나게 큰 도움이 되고 있고.
And Gyeonggi Province will pay Gyeonggi Province disaster-related basic income.
The next month, Gyeonggi Pay credit cards were made available to 13 million people.
Regardless of age or income level, it is paid quickly. It's paid in local currency.
And the program was complemented with additional coronavirus stimulus payments.
And it helps increase small business revenue.
Businesses that accepted Gyeonggi Pay saw their sales increase by about 45%.
So as you can see through the video, the response from the residents was very positive. Of course, we understand that this is just a small success still, but we do want to share with you some success factors. And there are 3 success factors broadly. First, basic income is a right of the citizens. So we provided equal amount of the BI to all provincial residents based on the principle of universality. The second success factor was that it was a very creative policy, which was paid in local currency. And third important factor is leadership. So Governor Lee Jae-myung was very principled and very quick to implement the policies and very precise in designing the policies. And the government officials were very wise and very passionate in carrying out this program, which was one of the success factors. And based on this success in Gyeonggi province, we are now challenging ourselves to make the basic income a nationwide system. So what are the challenges that we face as we head towards nationwide BI? 4 things are important. First is we need to build a national consensus. So we need to have wider social consensus to increase the possibility of having a nationwide basic income system. Secondly, many people are worried about securing financial resources. For our province, we do have a principle, gradually in phase. That is how we will proceed. We will not rush ourselves. And next challenge is we need to connect this with the agenda for the future generations. So this is a common wealth that we share, the issue of land, data, carbon tax. Those issues will all have to come together. The future agenda will have to come together as part of the discussion for nationwide BI. And also, we need to have harmony with the existing welfare system. As you know, the total proportion of welfare spending in our GDP is very small, about 12%, which is just half that of OECD average. So we want to utilize basic income as a complementary means to our existing welfare system. Last but not least, legislation on basic income. The legal mechanisms will have to be prepared, and we're going to encourage the participation of policy or political leaders and politicians. So with this, I would like to conclude my presentation. Basic income. After going through the process of deliberation, we hope will become is now becoming a reality, and COVID-19 is showing us that indeed basic income is a reality for us. For Gyeonggi province, we feel that basic income has brought on very positive change in individual lives. And so basic income will now become a partner in our lives. And based on that principle, we will ensure that we will have policies that will be more realistic, that will be more in line with the actual needs of the people. Thank you very much for your attention. Yes, thank you very much, Policy Chief Kim. So he also talked about future challenges and tasks as well, and the history of basic income system in Gyeonggi province as well. And so it seems that indeed a lot of efforts have been put in until today's success. So basic income, its concepts and its positive changes brought on in our daily lives. That was what was mentioned also. And indeed, we understand that basic income has very important implications for our individual lives. So thank you very much for that presentation.
We have our next speaker joining us online. Our next speaker is the Director Caroline Detty of Give Directly. I'm looking forward to hearing her presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Caroline Detty. I work at Give Directly as the Director Recipients Advocacy for our global programs. Give Directly works as an international organization that delivers unconditional cash to people living in poverty and also in humanitarian settings. We've been working for the past 10 years doing these unconditional grants, both in lump sum and in monthly streams. One of the programs that we're running at Give Directly is the Basic Income Experiment. As you may all know, basic income basically means that we are providing a minimum income that can enable people to start off their day-to-day life and be able to, live a dignified life. We call it universal basic income, and I'm going to explain why it is universal basic income. This project at Give Directly was launched in 2016 and will run for 12 years in rural communities in Kenya. A universal basic income is provided to communities in wholesome. It means everybody living in that community is eligible to receive this grant, and it is unconditional. It is basic because it can meet the basic requirements of the person receiving the grant, and it is an income because we are not tying any condition to it. We are giving it as a grant to them to be able to meet their day-to-day needs. The universal basic income in Kenya has benefited a lot of people in the communities where we have launched this program. We've sent the transfers to adults aged 18 years and above, and it has gone to over about 200 villages. In Kenya, this was a groundbreaking experiment, and I know that it is also a global experiment. It is something that inspires us a lot as an organization, but we also see it as an inspiration to a lot of other programs that are running out of our organization, either by government or other organizations interested in, alleviating poverty or reducing the suffering of people living in poverty. Universal basic income has been studied globally with a lot of evidence for what it can do and how it can help people cope with the impacts of poverty. At Give Directly, we wanted to provide, evidence for what this type of, intervention can impact in a rural setting in Africa, provided universally in villages, in rural communities, and provided for a long time. We have seen internally that providing a universal basic income back in 2016 has been a real influence in some of the work that we're doing as an organization. It has helped us, or it has informed us implementing a project in urban informal settlements where we sent money to urban youth living in informal settlements in Nairobi, where we sent young people money for 2 years, each person receiving at least $50 a month for 24 months. It taught us how to set up our systems. There is basically the beneficiary feedback system by setting up a call center that can respond to thousands of people in a very short while. It also taught us what it means to hire people on short notice and bring them on board to enroll so many people requiring these basic income interventions. And we also have been able to build a payment system that ensures that thousands of people are able to receive their transfers in one go without even a single month failing. Universal basic income has helped us to build trust with thousands of people who previously thought that the promise from an NGO to give them money on a monthly basis would not be honored. We've been able to send them transfers today, the 4th year, and they have seen the trust that we had put in this program and the trust they had put in us, that we've been able to live up to that trust, sending money every month to each of them. One may ask, what does giving $22 a month have changed in the life of someone living in poverty? A lot of us may think that this is really little money, but we say it is not little money because we have been giving money to people whose income have been, within $1 or $3 maximum in a day. Some of them, when we started this program, about 40% of them told us that they had never touched $22 in one go, money that belonged to them. 90% of these people had never been employed and therefore had never had any experience of, receiving regular income. Today, we have benefited a number of women. We have benefited men. And we've benefited young girls who were just getting into their womanhood and did not know where to start life from. Each of them has a story to tell about how basic income has impacted their lives. We have seen strengthened love and union within families where husbands and wives have said that they are seeing, more love in their families, more unity, better decision making, and especially because today women as well as men have an income and together they can sit on a table and make decisions for how they can decide they can invest the money that we have given to them. We have seen people's lives change from people who never have had houses to people who have houses today installed with solar power and television sets, things that never dreamt about previously. One thing that has really touched me about the universal basic income being delivered in rural Kenya is the resilience within rural communities. That thousands of people receiving grants on a monthly basis have come up with thousands of solutions to their challenges. One very impactful message that I've heard from some of the basic income recipients is that basic income has now given them an ability to plan. That previously they lived hand to mouth. They lived each day as it came. But today they can plan 1 year out. And some of them have shown us projects that they've invested their money in that they started contemplating 4 years ago when we started this project. We have seen community members come together to pool their resources, to invest and build bigger capitals that can enable them to invest in, bigger projects, whether that is building a house, starting a business, or whatever else that requires more money than what we are providing. Basic income may seem small, but it gives independence. It enables people to think independently, to make their plans as independent people. They save this money, part of that money, they've been able to save it. And the fact that they've been able to save means that it is not too little. I cannot overemphasize how much a basic income impacts the lives of women. A woman who receives a basic income is able to provide better nutrition for her family. She's able to join her husband in decision-making for her family. A lot of women have started businesses in rural Kenya. Starting a business in Kenya can be a challenging thing, but the resilience we've seen in rural women in Kenya is quite encouraging. One woman named Irene started off her business with $20, selling fish within the community at a time that she had a broken marriage, separated with her husband, and went home with her children. Today, her business is about $600 worth, built out of the basic income grants. She has gone back to her husband because apparently their challenges were mainly economic in nature. Her children are in school, eating balanced diet, very nutritious, and she says her income stream has been mainstream and has been stabilized. Basic income has supporters as well as, protagonists and antagonists in equal measure. There are people who support basic income, while there are others who say basic income may not be the solution. We have had real examples for what basic income can do into people's lives. And as an organization, we are investing more in providing or in, starting off more basic income projects in other parts of our program. In Kenya alone, we are soon going to launch another round of basic income project that will reach more people. We are also negotiating for more programs in other countries where we are working so that more people can access a basic income. We have seen through the Basic Income Project a lot of lessons that we've learned that has enabled us to reach over 200,000 people during COVID-19. Because of the lessons we learned out of the Basic Income Project in Kenya we have reached about 190,000 people with transfers of a basic income in nature, where we send real-time money on a monthly basis to support people living during the COVID pandemic. If we had not started this program, we would not have known how to do it. And today we believe more than ever that it is doable, and it has a space in reversing some of the trends that we have seen in humanity, whether that is poverty, uplifting people's dignity, and enabling people to make choices about their lives. We hope that the lessons we are continuing to learn from the experiment, as we soon expect the release of the results, that we are going to be able to use that evidence to influence governments to put in place policies that encourage a basic income. Today we can say that across Africa, and speaking about Kenya specifically, that a social protection program that sends monthly grants to persons living with disability, children, vulnerable children, and old persons is a starting point for us to be able to start off a basic income that can support people in this country. The fact that government has dedicated some resources to the National Social Protection Program is an encouragement that each day convinces us that a basic income is something that, if well thought through, can be implemented both in Africa and abroad. We have seen lots and lots of movements and advocates for basic income, especially in Europe, where a lot of advocates are talking about why basic income is required. It is important for us to reflect on the policy implications of a basic income and what governments can put in place in order to make sure that, populations that deserve this type of cushioning are able to access basic income unconditionally. The application of a basic income can be thought through in different contexts, both in terms of who should receive it, how much should be sent, according to the country and the context that people find themselves in. But it is important to note that a basic income would be a human right. Giving a basic income empowers people to make decisions about their health, their nutrition, their education, and also gives them a starting point for building more income streams. People don't use basic income on alcohol and cigarettes. They don't waste that money. They use it in ways that change their lives. If anything, they work more, they invest more, and more important, that they are able to forecast their life because they have a source of income that they can reliably say belongs to them, they can independently make decisions around it, and that they can use it to change their life one day at a time, 1 month at a time, 1 year at a time. Lives of children will be changed if a basic income were availed to their families to respond to very basic needs that especially children living in rural contexts have. I've had first-hand experience of a child who was malnourished before we got into the basic income villages that we are supporting today, and whose health has improved tremendously, that even myself, I could not recognize him when I visited the village a year after. This is what basic income does. It provides resilience, it provides solutions, it builds possibilities in ways that a person thinking about the value of the money itself by the sheer number of the dollars delivered every month would not see. A basic income restores humanity. It gives people back their dignity. Governments that put in place basic income are giving a future to their population. they're making their citizens a part of the decision-making process, which starts right at the household. Basic income increases unity in communities. We have also noticed that when you give people a basic income, you improve security in the local communities, that some people involve themselves in crime just because they don't know where to start. We have had reports from local government leaders who have told us that the basic income that be provided to their communities has resulted in less petty crimes and less cases going to government offices to be resolved by local government leaders. As we continue to learn, we hope that we are going to be able to see more lessons from these basic income experiments around the world and trials in different countries. And more important, that the Korean program is going to teach us even more about the basic income project. We feel very proud about the Gyeonggi project and the work that it has done in Korea and the lives it has impacted. We hope that more countries are going to adopt this model. Thank you very much and have a blessed evening.
네, 캐롤라인 테티 국장님.
Thank you very much, Director Caroline Tetti, for your presentation. Director Tetti shared diverse success cases of basic income initiative with us. Thank you.
In this session, we are looking into basic income in actuality. And now we'd like to also invite our discussants for the discussion. The moderator of this session is Barb Jacobson, board member of Basic Income UK and Basic Income Earth Network. She's connected online, so I will turn over the microphone to her.
Hi, thank you very much. I'm very honored to be here and to be participating in this session. I'm also pleased to introduce Roberto Merrill, who is assistant professor in the philosophy department at the University of Minho in Portugal. Yeah. He's involved with many projects, including pre-distribution and property-owning democracy, basic income trials, and he teaches political philosophy. So take it away, Roberto. Thank you.
Thanks, Barb. And thank you so much to the organizers of this wonderful conference for inviting me. I think, indeed, the Gyeonggi province experiment and the Kenya experiment are one of the most exciting and promising experiences we're having right now. Perhaps I would add a third one, maybe being a bit unfair to the others, but what's happening now with the Federation of Mayors in the USA is also very promising. And it would be great if there would be more communication between all these high-level experiments so we could share more results and reflection on the methodologies. Well, regarding Chief Jang-Yong Kim presentation, I have a few very specific questions on the project itself, but it could be helpful to open the discussion then to the floor. So my first doubt is, when you made the experiment, do you have a control group so that you can compare the results of the experiment? I wasn't sure about that. A second question I have regarding the design is that you mentioned a few times that you're using local currency for funding. And why didn't you use regular ones? Why local currency? What is the main reason? Of course, it's very interesting. Something I also would like to ask you is, do you have any information, any data regarding labor supply of this experiment? Are the effects positive regarding labor supply? And perhaps also, it would be interesting to have some information regarding gender and minorities or particular groups, the difference in effects regarding this different groups. Are you including this in your evaluation of this experiment? And finally, I'd like to ask you, are there some things that you would do today differently regarding the design of the experiment, regarding its implementation, and also its evaluation? So these are quite a few questions, but I hope they can help us open the discussion. Regarding Caroline, I also am impressed by what you're doing, and the effects are incredibly interesting. One of the things I'd like to ask you, if you could develop that, is the political reaction. I mean, in some way, you've talked about it already, but I'd like to understand if this political reaction being favorable to the experiment, could we be a little bit worried that this UBI could be used to substitute social services, and in which ways can we prevent that? That's one of my worries. A second question I'd like to ask you, are there any plans to extend UBI for children, this way making UBI in Kenya something more universal? So those would be my two questions for you, Caroline. So I'll leave it for now, and hopefully we can exchange a little bit more in the question and answers. Thank you very much. Your micro.
Okay, sorry, I forgot to unmute. Right. Does Young Kim, do you want to answer some of those questions, please? Or it's hard because
or perhaps afterwards.
Yes, thank you very much for those valuable questions. In fact, there were a lot of questions that you raised, so I don't know where to start, but I will try to be as brief as possible. The reason why we use local currency, that was one of the questions that you raised. The basic income as a traditional welfare policy, that's not our perception of basic income, because the economy is very important, and so the economic perspective on basic income is very important. We wanted to ensure that basic income would actually lead to increase in economic efficiency, particularly changing our individual lives. So as you know, in the local community, in the businesses in the local community, there are a lot of high share of the major corporations, conglomerates that are taking up the business in the local communities, which is leading to poor sales for the SMEs or small businesses. So we wanted to use the basic income as a means to promote the economy for them. So that's why we designed it to be used up in 3 months and in local currency. And as I mentioned in the presentation, this design has led to a huge economic impact, particularly for our small businesses. For labor supply and other specific data, we don't think we have very accurate data on those. But again, we conducted a wide-ranging public opinion survey to assess the respondents' perception on their labor, on their work, the future of their work. So we did gain some perspectives on the respondents' perception. So having the time leniency in order to prepare themselves for the next kind of job that they want, I think that also was one of the positive results from basic income. In terms of the gender-based effects, or I don't think we've made such analysis, which is something that we need to do in the future. So we will make sure to do more specific analysis based on different items in the future. As for improvements that we should make, so we've had 2 major experiments, the youth basic income and the disaster basic income, and they are ongoing experiments. So in terms of the logic and the design of these experiments, we need to refine them further. And in Korea, we do have there is this controversy between, or conflict between, selective versus universal assistance. And so seen from this perspective of universal versus selective, I think both have pros and cons. So the existing social welfare or social security systems do have shortfalls. So basic income can be used as a means to complement, to make up for their weaknesses in the existing system. And so we have to have the basic understanding in our policy design. So we will continue on with these improvements in the future. Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you very much. Caroline?
Thank you, Roberto, for your questions. In relation to the basic income project in Kenya and the experiment, as it were, number one, you asked about political reaction and the potential that a basic income could actually replace social services. So in terms of political reaction, I would say that so far what we are seeing is a very positive reaction of the government, not just to the universal basic income that is run by Give Directly, but rather for cash transfer programs that alleviate suffering for people who are living in vulnerable environments. And the lessons that we are learning from the National Social Protection Program, the National Safety Net Program, is one that we can pick from because it has reached over 500,000 people. It's a government-driven program with a budget that has been committed by the government. That's a very clear indication that if government had resources, then it would very quickly, shift to a model where people who require this type of support actually would be able to receive it. Are we there yet? Absolutely not, because this is a very novice policy idea. So before we move a universal basic income as a public policy, it will take lots of, ally building, bringing on board lots of, technocrats and bureaucrats, and also thinking through multilaterals and other donors who work very closely with the government on social policy and, interventions such as this. Would this replace social services? Absolutely not. It would not replace social services and does not look like it will replace social services. So, government still would require to provide universal basic health, universal basic education, and, partners such as UNICEF are already talking about how to extend, services to young children so that they can have universal basic services. So if we had a universal basic income, the hope is that there will still be sustained pipeline for universal basic services. Do we have any plans to extend the UBI to children in Kenya so that we can make it truly universal? The answer right now is for the current experiment, we are likely not doing that because it's already been set on, statistical parameters, powers. This experiment has been powered at the level with which we have set, the sample and the people that we are following. However, Give Directly, like I said in my presentation, we are thinking about not just expanding a basic income here in Kenya, but thinking about whether we can plan similar projects in other countries. And as we think about different locations and increased targeting, we are also going to think about how to, think through the design and make it more inclusive and more, basic income in nature. Thanks, Barb. Back to you, Barb.
Thanks very much, Caroline. And I mean, there's just so much to discuss. I mean, it could probably go on for another 2 hours, right, just on this topic. I'd like to ask Seung-ho Baek, who's professor at Catholic University of Korea, and who is specialized in precarious work, comparative studies, and comparative studies of welfare states, to please submit his questions. Thank you. Is he there?
네.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Baek Seung-ho, and I'm a professor of Catholic University of Korea. I just found the presentation of Chief Kim Jae-young and the Director Caroline Tet very insightful and informational. I would like to add a few more comments on the questions made by Professor Robert Merrill. Actually, I conducted a project to evaluate the impact of Gyeonggi province's basic income project. Gyeonggi province's basic income program was actual policy implementation. it was not a pilot project. It is an actual policy implementation. So I think it's not right to call it a policy experiment. But still, we needed to assess the policy impact of Gyeonggi Province basic income. So we surveyed the youth in Gyeonggi Province to identify the impact of the Gyeonggi Province basic income. And also, we selected a control group to make a comparison between the treatment group and the control group. And I believe that the research result will be released in English sooner or later. And you can take a look at the English version of research result. So we had a control group set and used for our analysis to identify the impact of the Gyeonggi Province basic income initiative. And also, in summary, what I can tell you is that the Gyeonggi Province youth who were provided with the basic income worked more and had more willingness to work harder compared to the control group people. And I believe the idealistic form of basic income has been modified and transformed into a realistic form in the city of Seongnam here in Korea when Governor Lee Jae-myung was the mayor of the city. And I believe that the youth basic income and the disaster basic income provided in Gyeonggi Province were two other forms of the modification of pure form of basic income. So the idealistic basic income has transformed into a realistic form of basic income initiative and program here in Korea, particularly in the city of Seongnam in Gyeonggi Province. So we are talking about what kind of modifications we need to make or what kind of requirements we need to fulfill to implement the pure form of basic income initiative or program in reality. Basic income can be an alternative to address the issues that the existing welfare program or benefit program cannot address or cannot solve. In order to come up with the relevant design of the basic income, we need to make an accurate evaluation of the current status. I believe that there are two fundamental issues with regard to the modern capitalism. The first one is the inequality issue. The inequality in terms of income, inequality in terms of asset, and also the monopolization of commonwealth aggravated the inequality issue in the modern society. And another issue which emerges as a severe crisis is the ecological crisis. So the inequality issue and ecological issue, these are the two main tasks that we need to tackle over the course of our journey to implement the basic income program. So we need to actually bring ourselves to the next level or the next stage of basic income. So we can adopt different models such as carbon tax model, land holding tax model, or land tax model. And such kind of models can be utilized to ensure the sharing of commonwealth. And as Chief Kim Jae-young pointed out in his presentation, we can introduce the mechanisms such as carbon tax dividends. And such kind of mechanism can be a solution to overcome the ecological crisis that the Earth is facing right now. And another critical point that I want to mention is that the universality and unconditionality are the two principles of the BI that the Gyeonggi Province Basic Income Model adopts. But still, there is some room to be desired. 1 million Korean won is provided to the youth per year, and the poverty line here in Korea is 500,000 won per month. So it means that it's just 1/5 of the poverty line, which is provided in the form of a youth basic income. But still, the response or the reaction of the youth was pretty positive. They are quite satisfied with this youth basic income provided to them. But still, we need to give more thoughts how we can improve this youth basic income system, including other basic income initiatives implemented in Korea. Last but not least, one of the successful aspects of the Gyeonggi province basic income initiative is the way it induced the public deliberation or public debate. Gyeonggi province targeted the youth age over 24 years old, and when the system was introduced, a lot of people expressed their concerns that youth are supposed to work to make money rather than being provided by the local government. In order to address such kind of concern, Gyeonggi province engaged itself in a series of public deliberations and debates. And I believe such kind of public deliberation and the review process was repeatedly pointed out the previous speakers. There was a camp which lasted for 3 days and 2 nights, where people get together, the general citizens get together and had an in-depth discussion on the basic income project. And as a result, there was a general public consensus drawn on the need of a basic income in Gyeonggi province. And I believe that the public deliberation at the national level should be made in order to implement a basic income program at the national level. The public deliberation model was very critical for the success of Gyeonggi Province Basic Income Initiative, but still there was a room to be desired, particularly in terms of governance. The delivery of the payment is the aspect of the Gyeonggi Province Basic Income Initiative needs to be improved. The city of Seoul also implemented youth basic income program and also targeted the youth living in Seoul as the recipients or the beneficiary of the youth basic income provided by the Seoul metropolitan city. However, the delivery system and the delivery system was designed based on the feedback of the recipient. But in contrast, in Gyeonggi Province Basic Income Initiative, the youth, the beneficiaries didn't have a voice in designing of the delivery system. So the design of the proper delivery system is very critical to ensure success of the program. So those are a few improvement points that need to be dealt with regard to Gyeonggi Province program. Thank you.
Hi, yes, thank you very much. Those were interesting points that you raised. I'm just wondering, do we have time to take any questions from the audience? And how am I going to do this? So, being on screen and I can't see the audience. I think those were amazing presentations from both Korea and Kenya, and I've learned quite a lot about the effects of a trial and what can actually happen. I think it's really interesting, particularly the local currency aspect of the trial in Korea, as it's something that I've really struggled to get people to consider here in the UK, where we have a lot of support for pilots. We've had, I think, over 30 towns and cities have voted in favor of having pilots in their areas, but the problem is that with the interaction between the benefit and tax system, they need approval from central government, and that's been quite heavy going there. But I do think that there might be some possibilities for local governments to try out local currencies, which, you know, if they also accept business taxes in those currencies, could really make a big difference, all right, in dealing with both this coronavirus problem and also the 10 years of austerity that we've been under in the UK. Okay, so that's it. I think we've come up to 12 o'clock, and I realize that it's late there, and certainly people will want a break and be able to get to, you know, to before the next session. So I'd really like to thank all the two speakers, and both Roberta Merrill and Sung-Ho Baek for their contribution. Yeah, I think that's it then. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you
It
very
was a
much.
pleasure. Thank you again. Bye, Barb.
Thank you so much, our moderator, and thank you.
Thanks a lot. Bye bye.
네, 고맙습니다. 이렇게
Thank you very much. So we're connected online with our moderator, and she gave an excellent moderation of this session, so we really appreciate that. And we do have many participants connected online, and so there was a lot of passion and affection that we have for basic income, which has brought us all together. So thank you very much for your participation. This concludes session 1-2, and after our break time, we will be back for our last session of the day. So please stay until the end of our program today. From 8:20, we will begin session 1-3. Professor Jan Otto Andersson, can you hear us? So we are talking to you from Korea. This is Korea. Wanting to check if Professor Anderson is connected. If you can hear us, can you please raise your hand? And if you can hear the Korean side of the conference, can you please raise your hand, wave your hand to signal us that you can hear us? Professor Anderson of Finland, can you hear us? Please wave your hand if you are able to hear us here in Korea.
Let us resume the session. And simultaneous interpretation is available throughout the session. Please find the relevant the language channel in official YouTube of Gyeonggi Province. Please choose the relevant language channel that you find comfortable. We have one last session remaining before the end of the day. The theme of the last session is basic income promoting ecological transformation. The renewable energy and Green New Deal are kind of the topics that are often discussed, and we all know that the basic income is directly related to the ecological transformation, and also it is quite close to our daily lives. First of all, I'd like to introduce the speakers and discussants. We have a few discussants and speakers who are joining us on site. We have Yu Jong-sung, the professor of Gyecheon University, and we have researcher Cho Hae-kyung from Institute for Political and Economic Alternatives. We also have Hyo Sang-an, Executive Director of Basic Income Korea Network, on site. We have another speaker and another discussant who are joining us online. We have researcher Jorge Pinto joining us from Portugal through online, and also we have Professor Emeritus Jan Otto Andersson who are joining us online as well. Thank you. Let me invite researcher Jorge Pinto for his presentation. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Jorge Pinto. I'm an environmental engineer and I have a PhD in political philosophy with a thesis focusing on green republicanism and how an unconditional basic income fits this political theory. Today I'll be talking about the connection between basic income, ecology and post-productivism. I would like to start just with a quick overview of the origins of green politics and the green case for a basic income. You know, basic income is a century-old or multiple centuries old idea, but even the green focus of a basic income is already discussed since the 70s. So it started with a chapter by Warren Johnson arguing for a guaranteed income as an environmental measure in the famous book coordinated by Herman Daly on towards steady-state economics. But then the discussion evolved and to pretty much decide if it or discuss if it is pro, against, or agnostic regarding growth. Philip van Parijs, for example, one of the main figures and thinkers of basic income, initially said it would be growth friendly, and after said it would be a green tool and not so friendly of growth. The discussion since the 2000s has been focused on carbon taxes to finance basic income, basic income financed by other green aspects such as the use of common resources and the clarification of the green case or cases for a basic income. So very quickly, what are the issues with blind economic growth and why this is important in the discussion if a basic income can be a green tool or not? First is because economic growth is measured only or almost exclusively in terms of GDP, which means that the social and environmental dimensions are not included. A critical aspect as well is that the decoupling between economic growth on one hand and on the other hand environmental impacts is far from being a reality. This is proven by multiple studies. I refer to recent ones in the slide. There's as well this idea of blackmailing between what is the need for constant and permanent economic growth in order to generate jobs, which are the only way of accessing revenue. So this argument, so this sort of blackmailing, if I may use the word, is shared by both the political left and the political right. Finally, BI, basic income, could help breaking this dependency, so between growth and income security, ensuring this economic security and separating it from the need to perform an activity promoting economic growth. So question now, is basic income, so a green basic income, a reality, or is it the Greens as a political family supporting basic income? Van Parijs, again, in 2013, has presented a very interesting paper where he discusses or presents, according to him, two main reasons why Greens would support a basic income. The first one is, I already referred, related to the focus on economic growth. So basically, they would like to limit the impacts associated with economic growth and an extractivist and productivist-based economy. And to do so, in order to avoid the loss of jobs and the popular opposition, a basic income could serve as a way to sort of compensate people that would be kept aside from the labor market. So a BI could, in that sense, be a way of linking both objectives. The second suggestion of Van Parijs is that, as a rule, Greens, so people from the Green political parties, they favor the increase of free time rather than the increase of income or the accumulation of wealth and material goods. As such, defending basic income and being a Green in terms of preference for free time would share a common aspect, and to avoid the cognitive dissonance, then it is expected that Greens would be supportive of a basic income. But now, when we talk about basic income, in particular about green cases of basic income, it is important to discuss what kind of basic income and under which conditions. I like this quote of Brian Barry a lot, and I'm quoting now: asking about the pros and cons of basic income as such is rather like asking about the pros and cons of keeping a feline as a pet without distinguishing between a tiger and a tabby. So this pretty much sums it all. Basic income might be referring to very different things, to opposing things, and in some cases really antagonic ideas and projects for the economy and projects for the society. So I wonder if we want to promote a green case for basic income, shouldn't we promote the sphere of autonomy, so the autonomous sphere? This is pretty much based on the works of André Gorz, which were referred as well by Philippe Van Parijs. And basically, if we put all the human activities in a triangle with the market, the state, and the autonomy at each end, I suggest, or is my perspective, that in order to promote a positive green impact, we should push the activities both from the market, and especially from the market, and some from the state as well, to the autonomous sphere. This doesn't mean that all the activities will be there, but we should push as much as possible the activities to the sphere of autonomy. I then enter into the detail of my argument, which I would like very much to discuss with you all after this presentation. And I start by presenting two green cases for a basic income, which are not contradictory per se, but don't really share all the aspects. The first one is the environmentalist case for a basic income. Basically, this case argues that the need for positive environmental impacts with the introduction of a basic income, but without, this is an important remark, without implying a change or a profound change in terms of consumption and production patterns. It is based, this model is based on environmental economics, which are themselves a view of neoclassical economics, where there's attribution of value to natural elements and focuses on costs and opportunities of environmental protection measures. So basically it gives a value to the natural world and sees how this value can be improved or not, while if possible, protecting nature. A technological optimism is a dominant trait of this environmentalist case of basic income. And what is technological optimism is pretty much the view that only technology development, only the improvement of technology will be capable of providing us with the tools to address the ecological crisis, right? So basically is only technology will manage to save us, because we are already in a moment that is so dramatic that only technology will help us. So this is the environmentalist case. Then we have the ecologist case. So unlike the environmentalist one, this one implies from the beginning structural and profound changes in our relation with the natural environment, with other humans, so there's a social aspect, and with other animals, non-human animals, the ecological aspect, lato sensu, and defends as well profound and radical changes in economic terms, so in terms of consumption and pattern and production patterns. So I forgot to say in the previous bullet point about the environmentalist case, technological optimism is a trait precisely because they want to maintain the current rhythms of increase of production and consumption, because they want to foster growth, even if green growth, and knowing that the decoupling between growth and environmental impacts is not a reality, then in order to be capable of continuing increasing production and consumption, we need new technology to make this decoupling a reality, right? So the ecologists are a bit more reluctant or a bit more skeptical, and they say as well that what we need is radical changes in terms of production and consumption, thus changing the economic system and the way that the economic system is organized and dependent on economic growth. It is not based on environmental and neoclassical economics, but rather on ecological economics, and it is interested in promoting a post-productivist economy, and I'll get back to this in 1 second. It is certainly not technophobic, so I stress the importance of technology in the environmental case. This doesn't mean that the ecologist case is technophobic, far from that, but it defends that we should be cautious about technology just for the sake of technology, and in the promises that might not become a reality of solutions that will solve all environmental and ecological problems. They focus, or they look with a good eye to user-friendly tools, so the convivial tools such as the ones the concepts promoted by Ivan Illich. So what about post-productivism and how an ecological or an ecologist case for basic income can promote it? I start with a very quick definition of post-productivism, saying that it implies that rather than pursuing blind economic growth and development of activities linked strictly to labor as an end in itself and as an intrinsically positive aspect of human activities, the core of a state's policy must be the promotion of autonomy. What does this mean? This means that all the gains from the increase of productivity, and we've seen in the past decades a huge increase in terms of productivity, should serve to reduce significantly the amount of hours that societies commit to labor, and as such, as a consequence, increase individuals' discretionary time. And here I quote Bob Goodin when he defines this discretionary time as the time the use of which is not dictated by the necessities of life, being such the necessities divided in 3 realms: the economic, social, and biological. Pretty much the time that we have free after having fulfilled our necessities in terms of economics, so the minimum economic level that we need, social, and even biological needs. To ensure ecological sustainability, the autonomous and discretionary time that will be made available in a post-productivist society must be used, of course, in activities with low environmental impact. What do I mean by this? If me, with my discretionary time made available in a post-productivist society, spend my day and my weeks flying all over the world, consuming imported products, driving an SUV, you name it, this will, of course, have an increase in terms of environmental impact. But several studies show that, on average, the activities in this autonomous sphere are less environmental, have a smaller environmental impact. And it is normal if you think of that. People want to go outside, they want to spend more free time doing nothing, if I may use the word of doing nothing, so just relaxing, just reading a book and so on. And of course, this has a much smaller environmental impact. So what can be said about basic income and promoting post-productivism is that by breaking this link between the need of unemployment to have an income, the BI, basic income, would contribute to reduce the social importance of employment. And here we have all the issues related with the stigma of being unemployed and viewing employment as the main or only way of having human achievement. And this not to be mistaken, so employment not to be mistaken with work in its wider sense. But then we have questions. So basic income at what amount to promote post-productivism? Some scholars say that only if set up at the level of subsistence, this basic income will have this radical impact. It is important as well to allow the voice and the possibility of exiting unemployment, and here a lot of other challenges that I'm happy to discuss further after this presentation. We need as well, this is an essential point, parallel structures and measures. A very small list of those would include the legal reduction of working hours, the facilitation of the creation of workers' cooperatives, state support to the social economy, and we might even think of attributing basic income as a complementary currency, as it is already the case, so this is already a reality in the city of Maricá in Brazil. So I end this slide with a sort of provocation, saying that the basic income could actually be the best or the only way to ensure full employment, because reducing drastically the amount of hours, it would allow for a better sharing of the required and needed and socially useful employment, and basic income would then allow people to perform those tasks and to have full employment. So now the last slide on the challenges of a green case for basic income, and in particular the ecological case for basic income. First is the risk of commodification of services and the competition for funds with other environmental needs, right? And I think that ironically, basic income might actually serve as a way to decommodify the cooperative and the how to push. So remember this triangle I showed before, pushing activities to the autonomous sphere, promoting mutual aid, promoting cooperatives and self-organization. So this actually might serve as a way to decommodify the economy at until a certain extent only, of course. The economy and culture, human or social culture based on labor and the difficulty to build a pro-basic income and pro-ecological front, right? So here I'm reluctant about building a front that would aggregate pro-basic income advocates that are not really pro-ecological. So I think here there's a work to be done, and happy to discuss this later as well. A critical question is if a basic income shall be or can be deployed in a local self-sufficiency economy or only in a high technologically developed economy. And here I refer a study published last year where these tensions are discussed, and I'm happy to discuss those as well. There's a very big difficulty to test the ecological dimensions of basic income in pilot projects. And why do I say this? Because we think that pilot projects are essential to prove the case of validity of basic income. Well, health impacts, social impacts, economic and labor impacts are more or less easy to test. I think the ecological aspects, especially the change of attitudes and behavior, are much more complicated to test in a pilot project. And the final question is, if we finance basic income by taxing polluting activities, such as the use of oil, for example, how can we avoid the perverse effects of not wanting the reduction of such polluting activities in order to maintain the level of basic income? So I end my presentation. Thank you all, and happy to continue the discussion now with all of you.
네, 연꽃님 첫 번째 발표 수고해 주셨는데요.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pinto, for the excellent presentation. Thank you for sharing your information and resources with us.
Now I'd like to invite our next speaker, Ms. Hae-kyung Cho, Senior Research Fellow of Institute for Political and Economic Alternatives. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hae-kyung Cho. The presentation just delivered by Mr. Jorge Pinto gave us a very good insight with regard to the tension between different the elements of our society, particularly between labor and capital or some other elements. But what I felt is that actually the topic that was discussed in Mr. Pinto's presentation was quite distant from the topic that I'm going to deal with in my presentation. Actually, my presentation is focused on carbon dividend as an essential link between ecological transition and the social justice. So I didn't take approach to deal with the basic income from the perspective of ecological transition. Rather, I just put my focus presentation on carbon dividend as a kind of key element to spur ecological transition and social justice. So my presentation, or the topic that I'm going to deal with in my presentation, doesn't have any direct link with basic income. Rather, I would like to talk about the significance or the role of carbon dividend. Since I'm not given much time to elaborate on each and every detail of my topic, I would like to brief my presentation focusing on the current status of Korea and some other countries with regard to the carbon emission reduction. And also, based on such review, I'd like to talk about why carbon dividend is absolutely needed in Korea. Let me brief you on the current status of European countries with regard to the GHG emission reduction. We all know that the European countries and the US are making more active efforts and response to the reduction of GHG emission. And some European countries actually changed their GHG emission target upward, and also there are increasing number of policies and the systems to use the carbon price regulation to cut down GHG emission. ETS or carbon emission trading system is most widely used in countries around the world, and also some countries adopt a carbon tax in addition to the ETS system. From the perspective of individual countries, the emission trading market system and carbon tax can be functioning well when these two are combined all together. And by doing so, the blind spot of the existing system can be addressed. This is the current status of countries committed to go carbon neutral by 2040. As you can see, there is increasing number of countries which plans to go carbon neutral by 2050. The next table is about CO2 total emissions and carbon tax countries, particularly the major economies in the world, show the increasing number of adoption cases of carbon tax. So here, the top countries or the upper side countries are European countries. Actually, they adopt both the carbon emission trading system along with or as well as carbon tax. As you can see in this table, these European countries actually succeeded in cutting down greenhouse gas emission to a great extent, and they overachieved their initial targets. But if you take a look at the three Asian countries, they take up 35%. So Japan, South Korea, and China take up 35% of the global greenhouse gas emission. And unlike the Western countries or the European countries, the three Asian countries failed to decoupling of economic growth and greenhouse gas emission. So as a result of economic development, these countries actually emit more and more greenhouse gases or the carbon. This table shows CO2 emission per capita. as you can see, these three Asian countries taking incomparably a large portion of CO2 emission per capita. So the future direction or movement of these three Asian countries will matter a lot in terms of the global greenhouse gas emission or carbon emission. And also it seems that Japan is going to catch up with the greenhouse gas emission volume of the US sooner or later. And now I'd like to talk about the climate crisis response policy implemented by South Korea. After the enactment of the Framework Act on Low Carbon Green Growth in December 2009, South Korea and its government started full-fledged responses to the climate crisis at the national level, including carbon price regulations. However, the impact of such regulations are not quite visible. So the South Korea's GHG emission is continuously increasing, and actually the country will fail to achieve its target of carbon neutrality by 2050 without drastically cutting down its greenhouse gas emission level. And one of the biggest issues, or the biggest difference between South Korea and the European countries, is the low ratio of renewable energy. As you can see in my slide, as of 2019, the ratio of renewable energy is mere 5.6%, and coal takes around 40% for the past few years. So if the current policy trend goes unchecked, then it will be almost impossible, or it's very questionable whether Korea will succeed in achieving its target of greenhouse gas emission reduction. This is the slide about the irrelevant response of South Korea to the climate change or greenhouse gas emission reduction. The environment and energy taxation on transportation and heating fossil fuels are being implemented here in Korea. So there are only two fields where these taxations are levied. And also, since these policies or the systems are quite passive, ETS criteria is quite low, and actually it generates a lot of loopholes or drawbacks of the system. Despite the increasing ratio of auctioning system of carbon, but still the carbon-intensive industries are subject to exemption. And also it seems that there is a large shortage of alternatives to fossil fuels. And Korea needs to make a dramatic ecological transformation, but still it doesn't have a clear picture for its future in that field. And also one of the biggest challenges that Korea has faced is the limitations in terms of policy, particularly passive policy, that the energy price cannot be raised from the current level. Because the social acceptance of energy price raise is quite low. So in order to achieve the goal of carbon neutrality by 2050, Korea needs to take drastic measures, but still there is no clear roadmap to take such drastic measures. If you take a look at the advanced countries' response, or their measures to the decoupling, their measures for decoupling between economic growth and greenhouse gas emission, we can learn lessons. There are two challenges ahead of us. The first one is the carbon price regulation, and the carbon price regulation should be designed in a more effective way. And once the carbon price regulation gets stricter, then there should be measures to take protect the disadvantaged people so they can ensure or secure their right to energy. So we need to actually handle or deal with not only this ecological transition, but also the protection of the disadvantaged or the vulnerable in our society to preserve their right to energy. Globally, there is a strict restrictions made on carbon price, and actually we can levy or impose carbon price regulation, and there could be tax revenues generated from those mechanisms. So we can impose a strict carbon price regulation, and also the way that we are going to use the tax revenues coming from carbon price regulation or carbon tax will matter for the government to accept the general public's consensus or assent or consent to its ecological transition-related policy. And carbon dividend can be a good resolution or solution to the issue that I've just mentioned. Globally, there is an active discussion made on the introduction of carbon dividend. So the carbon tax system or carbon price regulation can generate certain tax revenues, and such kind of revenue can be provided to the general public in the form of carbon dividend. However, there is no full-fledged implementation cases of such carbon dividend. And the proportional justice should be made by holding the polluters accountable for the environmental detriment or destruction. So the just ecological transition and the social justice can be achieved through such measures like a carbon dividend. So the polluters need to be asked to pay the cost, and the resources collected from such kind of payment should be provided to the disadvantaged or the vulnerable members of our society. And recently, ETS market is distorted in a way to create financial profits. And carbon dividend or carbon price regulation measures can have a corrective impact. Now I'd like to talk about the Switzerland's carbon dividend case. And the carbon dividend system or the scheme is implemented in Canada, and Switzerland actually implement the carbon dividend program or initiative in the area of building regulations or building heating regulations or energy consumption regulations rather. So as I mentioned before, the carbon intensive industries take a larger portion of the national industry here in Korea. And that is why the Korean government is quite inactive or passive in taking drastic measures in terms of carbon emission reduction. But we all know that the global trend is to impose stricter restrictions or the regulations on carbon emission and carbon price. So we need to, the Korea needs to come up with the relevant or suitable, the combination of relevant the greenhouse gas emission reduction measures while achieving social justice. This concludes my presentation. It was such a meaningful topic to deal with. And thank you for your presentation, Ms. Jo Hae-kyung. You just mentioned how the carbon dividend can be utilized to realize social justice.
We will now go on to the last discussion session of the day. So Please stay until the end of our program. The moderator of this discussion session is Professor Jong-sung Yu of Gyeonggi Liberal Arts College. So we will begin with a discussion now. I am Jong-sung Yu, who will moderate this session. We've listened to two presentations so far, and in listening to the two presentations, you will remember that the emphasis is a bit different between the two presentations. In the case of researcher Jorge Pinto's presentation, well, he talked about the basic income can be being used in order to suppress blind economic growth, and also the importance of promoting the autonomy activities, and also the ecological transition, which will be possible. So those were some of the emphasis from Dr. Pinto's presentation. On the other hand, Dr. Cho talked about the need for carbon taxes. And to introduce the carbon tax, we have to deal with the issue of regressivity. We need to ease that. We need to resolve regressivity. And a way to do that is introducing basic income, such as ecological dividend. So the perspective seems to be a little bit different. And in fact, there seems to be some tension here right now. And at the end part of Dr. Jorge Pinto, he mentioned the perverse effect, and it was translated to reverse effect in Korean, and it may be a bit difficult to understand. But what perverse effect means that if the basic resources are, if there's it's a system of taxing the use of natural resources, if that's the case, then if we have more ecological transition, the basic funding for basic income will be reduced accordingly. So using the natural resources as a funding source for basic income through taxation, that's going to lead to a paradox eventually. And also some people say that through carbon tax, the tax revenue that is received in this process should be invested in ecological projects for just transition. That's what some people say. So again, our two presenters have given excellent presentations, and we have two prominent scholars who are our discussants as well. Professor Jan Otto Andersen has written many books on ecological basic income, and he also wrote papers on basic income from an ecological perspective. And so I'm sure that he's going to give us an excellent discussion. Our second discussant is Professor Hyo Sang-an. He is an executive director of Basic Income Korean Network, and he's someone who has been very active in the field of basic income here in Korea. So we would like to begin with Professor Jan Otto Andersen. Your discussion, please.
Hello. I will look at basic income and ecological transformation from two a little different perspectives. Now you can take the first slide, the next slide. The first question actually is, how would a full basic income change the behavior in an ecologically friendly way? This was treated by Jorge Pinto, and it's when the discussion started in the 80s, there was already thoughts that it would change the lifestyles, make people less dependent on wage work, so they could choose work that was challenging in itself. And secondly, it would lessen the consumerism, which is very prominent today when you try to get recognition through your consumption and to keep up with the Joneses. And also, a full basic income would possibly lead to more local economic activities. And for instance, the South Korean planned basic income linked to a local currency. So a full basic income would lead to a decommodification, less capitalist dominance, and it could enable degrowth or post-growth, as Jorge told us recently. It could even be a step towards eco-socialism, but that would probably be a quite slow process, and the ecological transformation is needed now. Another difficulty with a full basic income in this scenario is it would be difficult to finance a full basic income and at the same time all necessary public services if you get into a degrowth scenario. But this is something which one should try to get. Now the second slide, please. We can look at the basic income from the point of view of the need for a planned ecological transformation. This was actually in the second presentation by Hye-Kyung Cho. We could have this kind of discussion. But if we start a huge ecological transformation, then we will need financing of a lot of green investments and also for supporting areas and sectors that are hurt by the policy. So the need for this kind of investments and support can make it difficult to finance a full and universal basic income. And therefore, I believe that in this kind of planned ecological transformation, it would be a kind of social dividend which could be financed by carbon taxes, but as told by Hye-Kyung Cho, I don't think this is the best way of financing, but we should use finance from the rise in productivity which comes from new technologies and digital platforms, and we could also tax wealth and in that way get a social dividend which is not a full basic income but only a partial basic income. So people could not, all the good changes which we in the first case thought of, it would not be so easy to implement. But I think that the social dividend should be combined with a participation income, which is directed to all those who participate in the transformation by lifestyle changes and other activities. So my proposal is that there should be a basic income, which could be called a basic income, but it would be two parts of it: the social dividend, and a participation income, and this could be parts of a Green New Deal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Jan Otto Andersson, for your discussion. We will now go on to discussion by Mr. An.
Thank you very much. I would like to extend my appreciation to two speakers and Professor Jan Otto Andersson for insightful remarks. So the climate change that we are faced right now is the result of reckless development of a past, and Actually, if we levy tax on the outcomes of reckless economic development, then we can achieve social justice to some extent. And the individuals who are provided with basic income can actually move to the industries which have fewer or lower environmental impact. Ms. Jo Hae-kyung also mentioned the point that carbon dividend or carbon tax can spur ecological transition in a socially just way. Let me take a slightly different perspective. First of all, the transition into just production system involves the restoration from the wrongdoings of our past. We are talking about the sharing of a commonwealth and the sharing and the affluence monopolized by a few, by many members of the society. So actually, up until now, a large portion of the commonwealth or the wealth itself was monopolized by a small number of people. And also, the fossil fuel played a significant role in generating economic profits for those few who monopolize the commonwealth or wealth. So the ecological transition can be closely linked to basic income. And another serious issue that I want to talk about is planned ecological transition mentioned by Mr. Anderson, or needs to be considered from the perspective of our response to climate crisis. We all know that this climate crisis is an urgent the issue that we should tackle immediately. This urgent task should be tackled in an immediate way. And in order to do so, we need to take a comprehensive plan which was adopted as Green New Deal by Mr. Anderson. The basic income can bring about good impact, but the thing is that whether the impact of basic income can be generated in a timely manner without being delayed or late. So we are talking about the basic income from the perspective of ecological transition, and time matters a lot in this context. How we can use the basic income in a way to tackle this urgency or kind of the urgent crisis that we are faced with. And in this context, the social dividend or participation income can be combined in the form of Green New Deal, or the social dividend or job guarantee can be combined to pursue degrowth approach. So various combination policy needs to be designed, and that's the task ahead of us. Apart from basic income, we need to come up with a planned transition schedule or plan. And also, we need to earn people's buy-in or engagement in such transition. So basic income can be a solution to earn people's buy-in or engagement, and also it will be the restoration from the wrongdoings of our past. That would be the significant meaning of basic income. And when we actually attach such kind of significant meaning to basic income, then the general public will willingly participate in such transition. And basic income in this context can spur the transition, and it can be a starting point. This concludes my discussion. Thank you.
So we've listened to the two discussants. In particular, Professor Jan Otto Andersen talked about social dividend and participation income, and digital platforms and taxation on wealth. We need to utilize this as sources of funding. That was mentioned by Professor Anderson. So on the two discussant statements, we'd like to give opportunity to our presenters to give some answers. So we'd like to begin with Dr. Hae-kyung Cho, and then we will invite Dr. Pinto for your answer. So Dr. Cho?
As I mentioned in the beginning of my presentation that I prepared for today, it didn't start from the concept of a basic income. Rather, my keen interest was how we can come up with the institutional design of ecological transition in a just way. So I didn't give sufficient thoughts to the concept of basic income, and I also fail to reflect the concept of basic income on my presentation. So I just took a different perspective or used a different angle with regard to the way that I deal with the topic of this session. When it comes to the link between basic income and ecological transition, I haven't given many thoughts. But what is obvious or clear is, even though I'm not quite familiar with the concept of basic income, but still, the financial incomes or the resources generated from carbon tax or carbon price regulation, then such financial resources can be utilized for the basic income or the carbon dividend. As it was mentioned by our discussant, the other discussant, it can create a paradox or irony. But as we all know, that carbon tax is a corrective taxation. So carbon tax is imposed to cut down greenhouse gas emission. So the carbon tax can create a stable financial resource for basic income. But what I think is that actually carbon tax should be designed in a way to cut down carbon emission rather than creating stable financial resource for basic income. So when the carbon emission is cut down as planned, then the tax revenue coming from carbon tax will be reduced proportionately. So once we achieve the target of carbon emission, then the tax revenue coming from carbon tax will be zero. In this context, I believe that the carbon tax is not appropriate the financial source for basic income. So actually, the adoption of carbon tax can generate a relatively substantial amount of tax revenue. Actually, we need to think about how we can use such kind of tax revenue. The global the reaction is that such tax revenue shouldn't be used for general accounting of the government or administration. Rather, such tax revenue should be provided to the general public in the form of dividend. That's aligned with the ecological transition in a just way while achieving social justice. So What I want to talk about is the distribution measure which can be adopted for the distribution of tax revenues generated from carbon tax or environment-related taxes. There are the pros or the strength with regard to the provision of carbon tax revenue for the purpose of basic income, because it can ensure the basic right of the disadvantaged people to energy while achieving ecological transition in a just way. So when the future, the carbon price regulation is designed, such kind of aspect needs to be considered. I totally support this stance, but still, I have a caution whether such tax revenue from carbon tax should go into basic income.
Yes, I believe that that was sufficient answer to the discussion. Next, Dr. Jorge Pinto. You can respond to any of the statements made by the discussants.
Thank you. Thank you a lot. It was indeed a very interesting session. So I thank Dr. Cho for her presentation and now for the reply, which was indeed very clear. I thank as well Professor Anderson and Dr. Han for their comments. There's a lot of topics actually I would like to touch based on both the presentation and the discussion. So I'll be very brief on them. Sort of as a way to open them for further discussions. So I do agree that we need to bring together the dimensions of ecological transition and social justice. This for a big number of reasons, actually, because we know that those who are more responsible for the ecological breakdown are those that will suffer less the consequences of that breakdown. And we know as well that those same people, which are normally the richer people from the global north, will have an easier way to avoid the consequences, even if they will be affected, of course, but they will be less affected and will have the capacity to avoid the consequences of the ecological breakdown and climate change. So I do agree that we need to bring together these two dimensions, and I think it is important as well to do what Dr. Cho proposes, basically a tax on carbon that can be or can serve as a way to internalize the cost of pollution. Right, but I think it was Dr. Han referring that this is not the only way of doing it, right? Because it is important that we internalize the pollution in terms of CO2 emissions, but there's a lot of other ways that we can internalize or ask the people that are more responsible for the ecological breakdown to have and do a bigger effort repairing the ecological breakdown. We can think of taxes on wealth. We can think of taxes on big inheritances. You know, we can think of ending or trying at least to end the fiscal paradises and so on. I do think that taxes on carbon are important, but they are not the most important. I would even say thing that we can do to bring social justice dimension into the ecological transition. But here, and Dr. Cho made it clear in her second intervention, so I will not repeat the arguments because I fully agree with her. This would be a problem, so this perverse effect that I referred in my presentation would only be a problem if we see a carbon tax as the only way, or as the only way to finance a basic income program in the long term. So I don't defend that. I think that would indeed pose a lot of issues and become perverse, but as a short-term measure and as a social justice measure, I think it is important to have this tax as proposed by Dr. Cho. So now responding to both Professor Anderson and Dr. An in their discussions, a couple of remarks here. So the idea of Professor Anderson of the social dividend plus participation income, I tend to be sympathetic, so let me divide it. Social dividend, I fully agree. I think it is the way to go as the baseline that we can have to promote again the ecological transition with the social justice background. I'm slightly more reluctant about the participation income. Here there would be a lot of things to say, so I've actually written a paper just on that. But very quickly, despite seeming and being even a good idea in theory, defining what is an activity that is promoting ecological transition once you really try to make it concrete and to discuss how you can control who is performing an ecologically good activity or not, the challenges here become clear. So I'm a bit reluctant about the idea of participation income in global, but even more focusing on ecological transition, and not because of the idea itself, I repeat, but because of the difficulties to make it concrete and to implement it. And I see my time is ending, so very quickly, the multiple levels of the ecological challenges, indeed, so there's the small scale and the bigger scale, so climate change and so on. We need to keep the two dimensions in mind when we think of the impact of basic income addressing both, because basic income might be very good to address small scale issues, especially when it is in the form of complementary currency, but might not be so the case for climate change, for example, right? And I end addressing Professor Anne's comment about degrowth, Green New Deal. Yes, I couldn't agree more. I think that we are in a moment, and COVID, and I'm sure that you discussed this in depth in the session dedicated to COVID. But COVID has proven a couple of things. It has proven that indeed we can change, we as humanity, our behaviors very quickly. But not mandatorily because of a pandemic, right? But it has proven that we can change very quickly, and it has proven as well that we can find the money to address the urgent needs in a rather quick way as well, right? So the kind of things that we have seen in the last year, not even the more radical ecologists would have think of being possible to address the ecological breakdown, right? But they exist. But we cannot say that what happened because of COVID is degrowth. No, degrowth must be an organized and agreed, or as much as agreed as possible amongst the society, effort to reduce growth where growth must be reduced, but keep growth where growth is required, because as I said in the presentation, being against growth per se is not a possibility. We need to have growth in health, we need to have growth in education, we need to have growth really in those activities that serve us as societies and serve the planet, right? So I think, and I end on this note, that we have seen in the past year that radical changes can happen very quickly. We must ensure that when they happen, they actually serve a good purpose, and they happen not because we are forced and because thousands and thousands of people die, but because we as a society are committed to an improvement in terms of ecology, but an improvement as well in terms of social well-being, health. Sorry, yes, and I end. Thank you a lot.
Would you please, oh, thank you. You must want to say more, but to do justice to Professor Anderson, whose discussion is so short. Also, you asked about participation income. So I think it's fair to give Professor Anderson to say something more about participation income and other things.
Well, thank you. First, I think that environmental taxes could be used for social dividend or something like, or even a basic income in the start, in order to help those who are hurt by higher prices for that follows from the taxes. So, but that would just be a transitional period. Then you have to finance the social dividend from other sources like robotics and artificial intelligence and so on, and the wealth, of course. Now, when it comes to participation income, it can be arranged in many different ways. One way could be to have it like a scholarship. You come up with some idea, way you would like to do, or what you want to research, or anything that has a relationship that is accepted by society, and especially from the ecological transition perspective. So that would be a kind of a way of being get a scholarship for time you are doing something. But of course, participation could be also such that is not necessarily linked to the ecological transition, but also then you should apply for it in a way of saying that I could use the participation income because I would like to do this or that.
Thank you.
And the municipality or the state could be the one who gives these scholarships, so to say.
Thank you very much. 아쉽지만은 1시간 예정된
Unfortunately, our 1-hour session time is up. We will have to conclude here. We've had 2 presenters and 2 discussants give excellent presentations. So once again, thank you to all. Thank you. So that was Professor Yu who moderated the session. Thank you as well. And would like to thank the presenters and discussants of the last session as well. So with this, we have come to the end of the first day of 2021 Korea Basic Income Fair and Basic Income Conference. Once again, my heartfelt appreciation goes out to all our participants today. So throughout the day, we talked about basic income. We've listened to the different values that basic income can offer. And so basic income will present us with new opportunities and new possibilities. So we look forward to a society where we can dream of major transformation through basic income. And with this, we will conclude the first day of the event. We will continue on tomorrow. And so we look forward to your support and participation tomorrow as well. We'd like to thank the interpreters and the sign language translators for your work today. Thank you so much. And please enjoy the spring weather and have a good rest tonight. I will say goodbye here. This was Chang Sun-hyung, your host. Thank you very much.